Hello. Hello, folks. Hi. I'll put on my, actually, I still got to put on the jester hat and the jester collar because we reached that goal. So I will do that. Give me a second here. How's everyone doing? Yes, I know there's no music at this time around. No music. There's a reason for that. I will explain in a second. There's a reason for that. I will give me 1 second here. There's a reason for that. I will give you 1 second. There's a reason for that. I will give you 1 second. There's a reason for that. I will give you 1 second. There's a reason for that. I will give you 1 second. Manage. And give me a second here. Manage. And give me a second here. So I'm gonna explain something. Maze, you have a headache? So I'm gonna explain something. Maze, you have a headache? So I'm gonna explain something. Maze, you have a so the reason I am getting on now and not doing music is because I wanted to show you all something that I'm in the midst of. But first, let me get rid of this jester gear thing. Yeah, it's already completed. Mark is complete. Yay, confirm. There we go. All right. So I'll put on the jester collar. Hello. So guys, hello. Again, I know I'm on rather earlier than I said I would be. I think I said I'd be on at 1. And that might actually end up being when we start, because I wanted to make you all suffer with me as an educational thing. Okay? So, you will notice, can you hear this? Waiting music on a phone call. So, Jesus. I basically, guys, I applied for SNAP benefits, Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, which is basically food stamps, right? Where the government helps you afford food when you're low income. Okay. And it's a really annoying process. It's a really fucking annoying process. I need to turn this down so you guys can hear me. Where you have to fill out all these forms. You have to show that, you deserve them, that you're actually poor and suffering, and that, and if you're not, they'll sue you and shit etc. They make it really hard. It's like jumping through hoops. And then you are required to do an interview. Okay? Then you're required to do a fucking interview with the government. Okay? And what's bizarre is that they give you a time that they're going to be calling you. And my time was set for today between 8 a.m., sometime between 8 a.m. and 12 p.m., which is a pretty big fucking chunk of time that I might get called.
Experiencing higher than normal call volumes, and we appreciate your patience during this time. Your call is important to us, and we will assist you as soon as possible.
Okay. And so sorry, I'm just trying to listen to what the phone is saying. So they end up calling me at 11:50 a.m., 10 minutes before the time that the last moment they're supposed to call me. And now I'm on hold. I haven't even talked to anyone yet. And I've been on hold for about an hour. At the same time, guys, if you hang up after they've called you, it makes it a lot harder to get benefits. So now I've been on the phone for about an hour, no indication of when they're going to pick up. And it's an hour past the time they said they would call, and I'm still waiting. But if I hang up, I'm going to possibly lose the benefits and then not get SNAP supplement, my SNAP supplement. All right. So do we see how fucked up that is? Okay. And this is literally this is how things are set up in this country, is that the Republicans have made it so that is extremely hard to get any kind of government benefits. And then they put up hoops. They put up barriers to make it so that you have to have really high endurance to even go through the process. And even now, I don't even know if I'm gonna get the benefits. So, like, okay, it is a fucking mess, and I do wonder. I am not on the verge of starvation, luckily. It would be nice to have these benefits because, I'm very low income at the moment. What is it, about, like, $12,000 a year that I'm making doing this? But I wonder what it's like for people who don't have that padding, who literally are hungry and are looking for SNAP benefits, but then have to go through all these hoops and wait hours and, like, okay. So it's a big fucking mess. Thank you, Marzipan Power, for the 25 bits. All right. So if you miss by a second, you're screwed. If they miss by a month, you're still screwed when it comes to, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Uh it, yeah, so it's so fucked up. So anyway, as sort of a demonstration of how fucked up capitalist governments are, I wanted to share that with you. So my point also, so let me explain. Obviously, okay. I need to work. As in I need to do this fucking stream. So what do I fucking do? Do I start streaming now and then just ignore all of you when they finally answer the phone? Or do I hang up and then lose the SNAP benefits when waiting? Because I'm clearly not going to want to have to just stop in the middle of talking to all of you in order to uh, talk to the people who are late anyway, though they could still deny my SNAP benefits. So it's a fucking mess. Okay. Hello, AMA. How are you doing? So to be clear, if they do pick up, unfortunately, if I do end up, if they end up answering, okay, I will have to get off the phone. I will have to I'll have to put on the waiting screen for all of you, and God knows how long it'll take. So I'm just warning you in advance that if they do pick up, I'm going to be interrupted. Okay. So great. Isn't that fun? Yes. Everyone, help out Corey Bush. Corey Bush is, currently in a primary against another Democrat. She's the progressive candidate. We all love Corey Bush. So thank you, another Swoletarian. And thank you, another Swoletarian. Please aid Corey Bush if you can. If you want to do phone banking for Corey Bush, you can click on the link that another Swoletarian put there. Today is going to be an exciting day. Thank you so much, Macy. Really, thank you, Macy, for those 300 joules. So today there's a lot happening. There's a bunch of primaries happening, including the primary with Abdul Al-Sayed against Haley Stevens. So that'll be interesting. Those results will likely start coming in around 8 p.m. We also have the primary between Corey Bush. I forget what her opponent's name is. And I believe is the primary with Wendy Hahn also happening today. She's way ahead. She's almost certainly going to win. Okay. Joke's on you. That's actually a link to the DNC cover of Fight Song. Oh my God. Disgusting. Another Spoletarian. Oh God, the DNC Fight Song. Okay. I don't know how I feel about that. Oh God, I hate this so fucking much. Oh my God. No, thank you. Another Spoletarian. We're not gonna mess with that. That is, oh my God. I cannot stand the DNC and their terrible advertising. Okay. Okay. So just for just warning all of you about that. All right. Okay. So what I'm gonna do, guys, briefly here is I'm gonna put on the waiting screen because I told people I'd be starting at 1. So we're gonna wait for like 5 more minutes maybe, and then we'll start. So just warning you, okay, just letting you know. Yeah, I agree, Jonas. So I'll give me 1 second, folks, and I'll be right back. Okay. I just wanted to share with you what the fuck I'm having to go through because it's almost like educational. So give me 1 second, folks. Hello, everyone. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. I know some of you have already seen me because I came on briefly at the beginning to complain about the whole snap thing. But anyway, oh my gosh, my hat is all kinds of fucked up. That's okay. How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing out there? Oh, goodness. I got to fix this now. Jesus, this thing is a mess. God damn it. Give me a second here. So, how's everyone doing? Everyone good out there? Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. A lot of shit happening today. A lot of shit happening today, okay? That we're going to need to talk about. A bunch of primaries, bunch of elections, etc. Oh God. Okay, bunch of primaries and elections today. Hopefully, we will be hearing good news. All right. So let's see who we have here. Let's see. Oh, shut the fuck up. Okay. So, for those who don't know, for those who don't know, I am currently on the phone waiting to talk to representatives of the government so that I can get SNAP benefits. Okay, as a nutritional, supplemental nutritional assistance. Unfortunately, I've been on the phone with them for over an hour after they called me 10 minutes before the limit of the time they were supposed to call me. And if I hang up, then I might lose the possibility of getting benefits. So in one ear, I have a mic so that I can hear what's happening on my phone so that I know when they pick up the phone. And then on the other ear, I can actually hear what's happening in the stream. Um, so if I suddenly have to stop talking to all of you and go to the break screen, you know why. It's because I'm having to speak to the government rep. But this is really fucking annoying because they make it as hard as possible to go through this whole process because they don't want you to have the fucking benefits. So, all right. So they're trying to wear you out, essentially. Okay. All right. Hello, SoCal. How are you doing, SoCal? So glad you're here. Let's see who else we have here. Um, SoCal says Donnie Dipshit is in the LA area today. Is it wrong that I wish there was a tidal wave that took out his golf course? Sorry to anyone in RPV. No, it's okay, SoCal. I don't blame you at all for that. Not so bad at all. Not so bad at all. Hello again, Macy. So glad you're here. Macy has been here for a very long time. Has come and gone. So glad you're here, Macy, as always. Hello, Jonas. So glad you're here, Jonas. I saw that your neighbor brought you a snack. That's lovely. Always nice to have a kind neighbor who does stuff like that, okay? How are you doing, Jonas? Hello, virtual violence. Virtual violence, so glad you're here. As always, love having virtual violence here. Virtual violence has been around for ages. Okay. Um, always, virtual violence, you've been around for ages. Okay. Hello, Chairman Bart. Yes, Chairman Bart. We're going to be yucking it up today. We're going to be yucking it up today. We're going to be yucking it up. How are you doing, Chairman Bart? How are you doing? So glad you're here. As always, hello, Louise. Louise, our friend from the UK. How are you doing, Louise? We got several friends from the UK, including Jonas, by the way. Did I say that about Jonas? No, Jonas also from the UK. How are you doing, Louise? Why is it echoing? I don't know why it was echoing, SoCal. Who the fuck knows? Who the fuck knows? Um, hello, Marzipan Power. How are you doing, Marzipan Power? So glad you're here. As always, love having you here, Marzipan Power. Jay Williams. Hello, Jay Williams. How are you doing, Jay Williams Art? Everyone check out J. William Arts Art. If you join our Discord, which is linked at the top of the Twitch chat and the bottom of the YouTube chat, you can find a link there to our Discord. If you click on that link, join the Discord, find J. William Art's profile, open it up. You can see links to his art and he takes commissions. I hope you're doing well, Jay Williams. Hopefully we'll watch a couple of your videos today because we didn't do any yesterday. Okay. Hello, AMA. AMA, I'm so glad you're here. So glad you're here, AMA. AMA, a classic member of the community. How are you doing, AMA? So glad you're here, as always. Hello, Louise. Louise says, yes, it's like that here. From what I gather, when the Tories took it over forever to get through to anything, they literally wanted to make it more difficult for people to apply for benefits, so they're entitled to. So I feel your pain. Yeah, Louise. The right wing does the same shit everywhere. I swear to God. Okay, another Swoletarian uh, for Bush, if anyone wants to join. So another Swoletarian, guys, posted a link in the chat. If you went to help phone bank at the last second for Cory Bush, I would very much like Cory Bush to win this primary that is happening today. So if you want to help phone bank for Cory Bush, please click that link that another Swoletarian posted in the chat. Okay. Another Swoletarian also sent me a cover of the DNC fight song, which I'm not gonna do because I'd rather kill myself than play their cheesy bullshit fight song. Okay, let's see here. But thank you, Senator Solitarian. Jonas, okay. Hello, Pizza That Giant. How are you doing, a Pizza That Giant? How are you doing, a Pizza That Giant? Love seeing you here. Love seeing you here. All right. Did I miss anyone? I probably did. James Nordoff, hello. How are you doing, James Nordoff? James Nordoff is a classic backgrounder. So glad you're here. As always, James Nordoff. Hello, Elevator Lady. Oh my God, Elevator Lady, you're an angel. You're the best. I love you to death. Okay, I'm so glad you're here. Everyone, check out the reading club, the book club, excuse me, that Elevator Lady is deeply engaged in. Also, if you want to join the film club, that is run by Jay Williams and LaQuabois. We recently watched Inglorious Bastards. We'll hopefully be doing more of that over on the Discord. So please join that. Again, join the Discord. Link to the top. It's for free. Joining Discord is free. Okay. It's not like you have to pay anything. You just go in there and you hang out with all of us and you can talk to me. I am constantly talking in the Discord. So you'll be able to directly talk to me if you want to. Okay. Um, let's see here. Do Hello, Parkours. How are you doing, Parkours? Love seeing you here, as always. Okay. Hello, Tater Tot. How are you doing, Tater Tot? So glad you're here, Tater Tot. Tater Tot's another classic member of the community. Hello, Tater Tot. Love having you here. Hope work is going okay for you as best as it can, given that it's work. Okay. Hello, real life cat DJ. No, bad real life cat DJ. We're not gonna sing a real. This is my fight song. It's too fucking cheesy, especially with how the DNC does it. Okay. Let's see here. Political violence has no place in our moment. Whatever, real life cat DJ. I hate you so much. Okay. Okay. Are we good? We good to go? All right. That looks like good enough. I'm done with it. Let's go on, guys. So, again, if I have to suddenly get off and stop talking to all of you, it's because I have to deal with the SNAP benefits people. So, if I suddenly switch over to the waiting screen, I will try to give you some indication that that's what's happening, and then you might just have to wait for a little bit. Go hang out in another stream until I come back on. But I mean, I'll still be on. Just I'll put the music on, etc. Okay. All right. So what we're gonna do, guys? There's so much happening. So much happening. Dolly Boy, hello, Dolly Boy. Forgive me. How are you doing, Dolly Boy? So glad you're here. How are you doing, Dolly Boy? Okay, forgive me, Dolly Boy. I'm distracted because I'm trying to listen to my phone in my left ear and also talk to all of you and prepare for what I'm about to do. So it's like one step's too many for me. So I might be a bit slow today until I fucking take this call. Okay. So anyway, I'm going to complain a lot this whole time, guys, because I'm pissed at the government. But what else is new, right? Okay. So, and by the way, I'm wearing the jester outfit because we did raise enough for me to have the jester outfit on. And plus, it's a fucking clown show of a country, even though I'm not a clown. So might as well wear it given what's happening in my ear right now. And also, given that there's a bunch of elections today, and I would really want this day to be a massive jest on the Democratic Party. That'd be lovely. Okay. That'd be lovely if today was like the day that a bunch of progressives got chosen in the primaries that are happening across the country. So that is sort of the big news today. I will try to stream later tonight too, folks, to see who wins the primaries. Abdul Al Sayed and Haley Stevens are today is the election. Typically, Michigan gets in the results pretty quickly after 8 p.m., that which is when their polls close. So we will likely be able to know who wins tonight in that um, in that primary. Okay, so Chairman Bart says, okay, so what happens if Abdul wins? If Abdul wins, that means he will be the candidate that goes up against the Republican during the general election, which is great because I think he's more likely to win than Haley Stevens. And that would, if he does win that, that would make it so that we have a really good senator in theory, right? So he beats the Republican, he becomes a senator. Yes, Chairman Bart. So that's after this election today determines who's going to run as the candidate for the Democrats. Okay. So if he wins, he will be the candidate that will then go up against the Republican. Okay. So, all right. We also have another election going on between Cory Bush. Where is this happening again? Oh my God. I keep forgetting. What state is Cory Bush running in? Cory Bush. I keep having a mind blank here about this. Missouri, Missouri. So Cori Bush is running in Missouri, and I don't know what the stats are looking like for her, but she's also a progressive. It'd be nice if she won her election too, her primary. Okay, so yeah, there you go. There's also some other candidates running today that are great. So we'll have a lot of interesting. Today will be a very interesting sign of the feelings within the Democratic Party. Okay, whether there is actually a turn happening towards the left. Okay, all right. So we have that to talk about at some point. Um, I do want to let me put up the scene here. Okay, so let's get into some shit. There we go. Okay, so let's get into some shit. Um, Cory Booker this whole time was judging you. Judging you. Oh no, I don't give a shit about Cory Booker. Fuck you, elevator lady. Okay, I'm just kidding. Thank you, Doug. Thank you very much. Okay, Mom, Donnie, and Brad Lander, a coalition of musical theater nerds, right? Real life, Catty J. Hello, politics. How are you doing? How are you doing? So, guys, this is what we're gonna do because I might need to take this call at any given moment, which I'm going to complain about extensively. I am going to start with the educational segment, just so that because that it's easier to pause an educational segment. I think I can just pause partway through it, uh, and then yeah, it sucks because the fucking voice on the voice thing that they have keeps talking to tell me like, "Thank you for your call. Just wait. Just wait. Okay, don't worry." And like, but then I think that they're actually trying to talk to me, and then I pause, and I'm like, "Is that the person?" Okay, it's a fucking mess. Whatever. Fuck this country. Okay. Ugh. All right. By the way, I didn't choose that for this day to be the day or the time that they would call me. They literally just said, "We'll call you anytime between 8 a.m. and 12 p.m." And then they call me at 11:50, and now I've been waiting for over an hour for them to even speak to me after calling me. Fucking assholes. Okay, anyway, I'm really pissed off. So, okay. So let's go on here. Your call is very important to us. Right. Fuck you. Starve to death. That's what they want to say. They don't want me to get the SNAP benefits. So they're going to make it as fucking hard for me to sit around waiting as they can. Okay. Anyway, guys, so we've been talking about the rise of fascism and stuff, haven't we? They've been talking about the rise of fascism, all right, which is fun. We love that. That's good. Jonas Batya, Zionist journal. Oh, I hate Batya. Okay. Zionist journalist brought on a guest to claim that this election will drive Jews away from the Dems if they win. Also brought on a guest to say Republican Jewish voters are avoiding voting for him because they know Mike will be guaranteed to win. Drive Jews away from the Dems. Oh, so fucking stupid, Jonas. So fucking stupid. Not true. Not true. She means that they will push away the Zionist donors, which of course is the only kind of Jew she cares about. Okay, because she thinks that's the only real kind of Jew, which is just not true. So, motherfucker, I hate her. Okay, I hate her so much. All right. So, anyway, I'm already cursing a bunch. Let's talk some edumacation first, shall we? Let's start with some edumacation. Why the fuck not? Right? So, guys, we've talked about the rise of the Nazis. We've talked about Hitler and his like weird little obsessions and his habits and shit, and how he wants to, the big goal here is to start a giant war of aggression so that he can give Lebensraum to the German people, so that they have the freedom to wage the natural racial struggle, because he thinks that's the only moral good, and he's a fucking lunatic. All right, and so there's that bit of a problem there. There's also we talked about Mussolini, okay, all that, and another big aspect of Hitler was how did the Nazis, what were, how did they define the nation? We've talked about this. How did they define the nation? Okay, so for the Nazis, what is the German nation? Someone tell me here in the chat. If since we've talked about it. What is the German nation defined as basically? Anyone? No one? There you go, Dolly boy. It's racial. The Nazis kind of intermix the word nation and like Aryan slash German. Okay. So to them, it's folkish. Yes. Yeah. The folkish nationalism, this sense of a bloodline, a particular ethnic, racial category is so what makes the nation. So part of Hitler's ideology here is that all German speaking ethnic Germans, racial Germans need to be returned to the Reich, need to return to Germany. So, in order for the natural racial struggle to occur, because you want all the same racial people, you want all members of your race in the same area to fight collectively in the natural racial struggle. So, one of the big components of his international policy is obviously to dismantle the Treaty of Versailles, wage wars of aggression, but he also wanted to reintegrate German speakers outside of Germany that were outside of Germany's borders. Okay. So, what we're going to talk about today are the steps that lead up to World War II in regards to actions that Hitler took. Okay. We've talked about all like a lot of the ideology stuff around the Nazis, how the government operated. And we haven't even started the war yet. So, just as to get us there, I'm going to do a brief presentation on how this war ends up starting in regards to the actions Hitler takes, how the international community reacts, how this meets his larger goals, and also apply it to what the things Donald Trump does in international relations because there are some similarities. Okay, so all right, so let's talk about how World War II begun in Europe. Okay, now some historians claim that Japanese aggression in the Pacific against China and stuff kind of begun World War II. Others would say that World War II begun with the Italian invasion of Ethiopia. For the sake of ease, we're just going to define the World War II we're talking about, European theater, as starting with the invasion of Poland, okay, when Hitler invaded Poland, beginning his war of Lebensraum and expansion eastward, okay, which sort of caused a bunch of other countries to jump in and say, okay, that's enough. And then World War II started, okay? So this started with a series of events that led ultimately to the outbreak of the war. And I found this cute little graphic that shows these steps. Okay. So we're going to start here with first, obviously, in 1919, the Treaty of Versailles was signed. We all talked about how the Treaty of Versailles was generally viewed as unfair, was very much viewed as unfair by the Germans. There were even a lot of people outside of Germany who viewed it as unfair. There was an aspect of the treaty that said that Germany was was completely responsible for the war, which is an exaggeration. Okay, they were given massive war reparations that they had to pay back, which were very painful and hard to pay back. It really kept Germany from developing essentially in a lot of ways. I mean, at first it did at least, and limited their military to 100,000 men, no air force, and a very, very small, practically non existent navy. All right. So over time, we've talked about, now I will say this during the Weimar Republic, Germany already started defying some of these provisions. Okay, in secret, Germany was already still developing new military technologies, training pilots. This might upset some lefties, but Germany was actually getting help from the Soviet Union in this regard. The Weimar military was actually participating in tank drills, tank development, and things like that with the Soviet Union. They had troops and commanders in the Soviet Union training with them, developing tank tactics. Also, they had fighter pilots illegally in the Soviet Union, training to be fighter pilots without violating the treaties of Versailles. They also There were other things they were doing kind of secretly, okay, kind of secretly in order to continue developing their military and building it. But Hitler really took this to the next level. Okay, Hitler really took this to the next level. So let's get into it. So the first step in this step towards war was 1933 after Hitler took power. Hitler withdrew Germany from the League of Nations, all right, which was this international body set up after World War I to sort of prevent and mediate international disputes to prevent war from breaking out as bad as World War I. Okay. The United States had never joined this, which was a big problem. Okay. Because the United States didn't trust it. So they never joined it, which kind of weakened it. There were also lots of other issues with the League of Nations. Hitler, in an effort to make it seem like he was the victim, that Germany was the victim, he he demanded during October 14th that other nations reduce their militaries to the size of Germany's military. He said this is unfair. If you make us have this small of a military, all of you should have that small of a military. Otherwise, how can we guarantee peace and then no one will attack us? This is bullshit. Okay. He knew that they wouldn't agree to that. There was a treaty in place because they had just waged a war. So when they refused, he immediately withdrew from the League of Nations, which freed Germany somewhat to take more extra legal actions that and to start developing their military more because there wouldn't be as much international monitoring or pressure on them. So that was the first step. The rest of the world just kind of shrugged. Okay, France, United States, the UK kind of shrugged because to them, a lot of them actually thought that this treaty was unfair. Also, the Treaty of Versailles. All right, and they also didn't want to start a new war. They were they were tired. They had internal issues. They weren't really feeling it, so they let this happen. And okay, that brings us to the next part here. Okay, Hitler ended up in 1935 very much violating the Treaty of Versailles by beginning to openly build submarines and other kinds of vessels that were prohibited by the Treaty of Versailles. You could not build submarines, according to the Treaty of Versailles. Submarines are very dangerous. They can be used to cut off trade to places like England or to Britain. If you surround Britain with submarines, you can sink any kind of supplies to islands. You can also cut off and sink other nations ships from other nations and cut them off from trade. Uh, so he started openly building a bunch of submarines and other vessels that were prohibited under the Treaty of Versailles and didn't really hide it that well. Okay. Didn't try to hide it. Now, to be clear, uh, this had already started under the Weimar government. In 1922, the German government had set up a a fake corporation, a shell company inside of the Netherlands called, and I don't speak Dutch, but NV Ingenu Sur Kantor voor Scheepsbol. I can't pronounce it, which basically means like the corporation or something like that for maritime engineering. And they took money from Germany and then used scientifically developed new and engineeringly developed new and better kinds of subs for Germany and the Soviet Union, by the way. They also helped develop subs for the Soviet Union. And so by the time Hitler started building new subs, they had pretty modern fucking subs that had already been developed in this company that was a shell company for the German military in the Netherlands. Okay. And if there's one unfortunate thing I can compliment the German government for was they were very good at getting around the provisions of the Treaty of Versailles using all of these hidden tactics. Both the Weimar government was and the Nazis were. All right. So in response to this, the after they had left the League of Nations, Germany actually started talking with Britain and they signed something called the Anglo-German Naval Treaty, where again, the UK was like, I mean, Britain was like, this is unfair. The Treaty of Versailles is unfair, and the a lot of people in the UK and Britain were more afraid of the Soviet Union than Germany, and they kind of liked the idea of having a more armed Germany as a bulwark against the Soviet Union. So they made an agreement with Germany that they would allow Germany to have 35% of the size of the navy that Britain has, and they didn't even consult France or Italy, which were also signatories to the Treaty of Versailles, which then gave Hitler the go ahead to begin mass construction projects to massively increase the size of the British Navy. Engineering office for shipbuilding. Thank you, Dion. Thank you. Okay. So it was an appeasement policy by Chamberlain Jonas. It was sort of a form of appeasement. But there was also the desire here to kind of prevent there was more fear of the Soviet Union. Okay. Yeah. So they're like, it's okay. Go ahead. We don't, the Treaty of Versailles is a bit unfair anyway. We're not going to consult France or Italy. Go ahead and build your navy up to 35% of the size of our navy. Okay. So that gave Hitler a opening to just begin building a ton of ships. All right. And there was actually, I forget who it was. There was a British minister who famously said, "From the earliest years following the war, it was our policy to eliminate those parts of the peace settlement which, as practical people, we knew to be unstable and indefensible." Okay, well, that's cute. Um, if you want to violate the peace treaty, I guess it's your prerogative, but like you're gonna open the door to some shit and you're gonna enable the Germans to do that. But okay, that's fine. Le Quabois, morning. Sorry I'm late. I had a work meeting. That's okay, Le Quabois. All right. But were we realistically in a position to stop them after recovering from World War One? Yeah. Well, put it this way, Jonas. They didn't have to sign a treaty with them. There wouldn't have been, and this was not an incident that would have caused war necessarily had Britain signed the treaty with them. Okay, had not signed the treaty with them. It just kind of enabled the Germany. Okay, this one was not like other other ideas, which I mean, other incidents which we could talk about as being kind of delays so that Britain can develop its military. This one, not so much. This one was kind of like weak sauce excuse for that. Okay. All right. But alas, all right. Hitler publicly violates Versailles by building submarines. And I will say, guys, this is an interesting thing. How the Brits teach this history is different than how it's taught in America and in other places. America, almost universally in textbooks, makes it appear as though Britain was that Europe was largely to blame for appeasing the Nazis constantly. Okay, for basically allowing them to get away with a bunch of shit. And I, from what I've heard in Britain, a lot of times it is presented as Chamberlain wasn't as bad as we think. He was trying to. He couldn't do much else. He was trying to delay so that he could produce a larger military to fight Germany. And the answer is somewhere in between. It is either one is not 100% correct. Okay. There's both an element of the appeasement that was unnecessary, and there's an element of like there not being a will or the capacity to fight back. So at least that's how it's taught. You see here, Dolly Boy. You said at least that's how it's taught here. What is taught here? Forgive me, Dolly Boy. That's what we're taught. Yeah, exactly, guys. And listen, that makes sense, right? Every so yeah, Jonas says exactly. We had no choice and was very weakened to damages of World War II. Not fully true. Okay. This and again, it's partially true, but also not fully true. Okay. So, all right. Let's go on here. So exactly. He was delaying the inevitable. Okay. And actually, it ended up kind of helping out Hitler, whether intentionally or not. In the United States, especially, well, I'm sorry, we'll get to this. I'm getting ahead of myself. So, this is the next step that Hitler took. Okay. Then in 1935, Hitler reintroduced conscription. Reintroduced conscription. And the under the Treaty of Versailles, Hitler was limited to 100,000 troops. Okay, 100,000 troops. And after he reintroduced conscription, that number he planned for 500,000 troops or 36 divisions of infantry, which is a lot. Okay, it's still not a massive amount, but it's a lot. And he did this in ways where even though it was 500,000 troops, most of the rest of German society was being militarized. Okay, so like there was a big amount of manpower that could be called up at any point that already had some degree of military training because they had been in the Hitler Youth and another, had already done some training. So even though it was 500,000 on paper, there were a bunch that could easily be called up immediately if they needed to be. Okay. He also created the Luftwaffe, which was the German Air Force, which was banned under the Treaty of Versailles. Okay. And because the Germans previously had been doing secret training with the Soviets, they had very skilled pilots already ready and available, and they had very modern aircraft. The Messerschmitt Bf 109 was a very good aircraft. They had very good aircraft they could build. They had already some pilots that were well trained, and it didn't take long for them to build a pretty large air force without getting any pushback. There was actually in the Soviet Union something called the Lipetsk Fighter School, which was a school where German and Soviet pilots trained with each other, got tons of experience operating modern aircraft and things like that. Now, this was before the Nazis took over. In 1933, that agreement ended, but during the Weimar Republic, this was happening a lot. Okay, so okay, um, so that happened, and the world shrugged. The world shrugged. The world's just like, it was an unfair treaty. The Soviets are dangerous. Who knows what'll happen? Maybe it's best they have this military. Okay. Let's just let them do it so that we don't have another war. Okay. Well, all right. And yeah, there were a lipstick fighter school, hilarious Mithril. Yeah, there was not much desire for war, obviously in France or the UK or Britain, but there was limited preparations being done even after this happened. They started some preparations, but not many. And there was a consensus that we should just appease Hitler. This can't possibly get out of hand. So there was also a big miscalculation here. Okay, all right. Uh, so all right, on March 7th, 1936. Okay, Hitler finally took aggressive action. Okay, after building up a military to 500,000 troops, after creating a navy, leaving the League of Nations, Hitler marched 3,000 troops into the Rhineland. Now, for those of you that remember, the Treaty of Versailles had made it illegal, or had made it so that had demilitarized the Rhineland. And the Rhineland was not to have any troops in it. And if Germany could not pay back any reparations, okay, if Germany could not have paid back any reparations, then France should have been able to march into the Rhineland and then extract that wealth from German factories in the Rhineland. So, oh, really, Dion? The Rhineland's a lovely place. I've been there. Well, I've been to the Rhineland. I've also been to the Ahr River Valley, which is absolutely gorgeous. Have you ever? You might know, Dion, of Ahrweiler. Ahrweiler is a lovely wine growing region. I know that's but the Rhineland's a lovely place. Let's put it that way. I don't know if that might be a little south of the Rhineland, but I love the Rhineland. The Rhineland's great. Okay, so 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 he had a plan here where Hitler even told the troops, if you get any pushback at all, retreat. If any shots get fired, retreat, because there's no way we would win if France and Britain go to war with us. Okay, there's no way you were going to win. So you better turn back. Well, they marched in, and no one stopped them. And France and the UK were and Britain were relatively distracted by internal problems, so they didn't really. They kind of let it happen. They let the Germans march into the Rhineland, and thus that part of the Treaty of Versailles is now kaput. And so there. The big thing that this did, guys, was it legitimized Hitler. It made Hitler enormously popular amongst the average German because, generally speaking, the Treaty of Versailles was viewed as a crime. Okay, was like viewed at, or I'm sorry, yeah, was viewed as a crime against the German people. So this really made him a lot more popular in in Germany, and it really strengthened his hold over the German people. And before this, people were generally unsure of Hitler, but after this, a lot more people got on board with the Nazis. Okay, so okay, Mithril, we the UK didn't want another war where our young men would be destroyed again. Chamberlain is much vilified, but his peace in our time visit was needed because the UK wasn't ready for war. Mithril, historically, so that is the line that is talked about in British textbooks. Okay. It is more complicated than that. It is partially true, but it is very likely that if the Britain and France had acted militarily against the Germans during the Rhineland crisis, that would have been disastrous for Germany. Now, there was definitely after World War I completely understand why Britain and France didn't want to get into another world war, 100%. And they had limited military um, capacity at this point. But there was also a degree of naivety. Okay. That's just true. Like Chamberlain, a lot of people in Britain and France, or especially in Britain, thought that Hitler would stop, that he would kind of, he would only make a few demands and then it would be okay. All right. That this would prevent war. We just need to let it happen, which is kind of naive. And it's not like they knew Hitler as much as we do today, but yeah. And this was mixed with a sense of fear of the Soviet Union, just like how the British had assisted the rise of the fascists in Italy directly with funds, because they did. There was also kind of a sense of, maybe Hitler is might be a good block to stop the Soviet Union. And we're going to see that the part that really turns Britain and France against Germany is when Hitler ends up signing a non-aggression pact with the Soviet Union. Now, you'll see what I mean here. We'll get to that. Okay. So he marched into the Rhineland. Then in July 1936, okay, July 1936, um, the Spanish Civil War. Okay, the Spanish Civil War broke out in Spain, which was, well, maybe sometime I'll do a stream on this. Very important thing to know about. The Spanish Civil War was a massively bloody conflict between right wing nationalists slash fascists and communists and anarchists. It's a very complicated civil war. I'm going to oversimplify it because I don't want to go in too much into it. And this massive civil war breaks out in Spain between communists and nationalists under Francisco Franco. All right. And Hitler, for a number of reasons. One, to get more experience for the Luftwaffe and the German military, and wanting to prevent a communist country forming in Spain, and wanting to have a friend on the border with France for when he goes to war. Um, Okay, yeah, exactly, Mithril. But you're right, Mithril. Like it's a combination of factors. For the average Brit, yeah, I don't blame them. They didn't want war. Okay. So, okay. Exactly, Mithril. Okay. So, all right. So he ends up sending something called the Condor Legion into Spain, which is about 732 German Luftwaffe aircraft and up to 7,000 troops in order to aid Francisco Franco in his war against the communists. He also sent a bunch of transport vessels to assist Francisco Franco in transporting the Spanish army from North Africa back into Spain to fight the communists. It is generally considered that the Hitler's assistance to Francisco Franco basically guaranteed Francisco Franco's victory in the war. Okay. It would have been far less likely that Francisco Franco won the war had Hitler not aided Francisco Franco. So you can thank Hitler for that fun guy being in charge too, partially. All right. And this was pretty decisive. And the Nazis were absolutely brutal. Okay. Yeah, he didn't actually help them. The Nazis, yeah, you're right, real life Catty J. The Nazis were absolutely brutal in Spain. They leveled entire cities using carpet bombing. They committed massive atrocities on the ground. And unfortunately, what this did for the German military was that it gave tons more battle experience for German pilots, the Luftwaffe, ground troops. Okay. And it was greatly beneficial for the German military. And it also gave Hitler the appearance of being a real player on the global stage. Didn't Spain fight in World War II? You don't ever hear about it, them being in it. They didn't really, Le Quabois. Let's put it this way: it was very limited. Okay, they kind of stayed neutral because they were having their own internal problems. There may have been a little bit there, but not that much. Okay, let me show you here one of my favorite um, one of my favorite, I guess, portraits. Okay, they had some involvement. Let's put it that way. They had some involvement there, Le Quabois. Yeah, but Le Quabois, Franco kind of backstabbed Hitler. He ended up not helping him. Okay, so all right, this is a very famous portrait or drawing or painting, excuse me, called Guernica by Pablo Picasso. And it was destroyed, unfortunately, in the bombing of exactly Dolly Boy, in the bombing of Spain. Okay, it was destroyed by Nazi bombing. And this is called Guernica, and it depicts a Spanish city being bombed by the Condor Legion, the Nazi Condor Legion, the German Condor Legion. It is one of my favorites. Yeah, I'm sorry, Elevator Lady. It is such a good piece of art. Elevator Lady says I had to do like a 12-page paper on this painting in college. Yeah, it is very good and it is a classic. Something about it, it's one of my favorite pieces of art. The horror you see here, the chaos, this person right here burning alive, the dead on the ground, this animal screaming in pain. It's quite horrific. Okay, there's a woman holding her child, a person looking up while they run. Absolute horror. Okay, yeah, it's terrifying and very symbolic. This painting gives me chills whenever I see it because this is kind of like a just a sample of what the whole war is going to turn into. It's going to become the bloodiest war in human history. And up t- up till today, it is still the bloodiest war in human history. Okay, so this was the result of Nazi Condor Legion in Spain. All right. So again, because the rest of the world, especially the United States, um, the UK, the Britain and stuff didn't want communists to take over Spain. They didn't mind too much the Nazis helping Francisco Franco. Okay, so they didn't really care about this involvement, despite that it gave a bunch of experience to German pilots and the military and things like that. Okay, so that was sort of the next step towards this. Okay, then we really pick up the problems here. Okay, then things start going real south, real fast. Okay, in 1938, so 2 years later, in 1938, Hitler had long wanted Austria to be integrated into the German Reich, okay, the Third Reich, because the language Austrians speak German. And we remember, guys, we talked about Bismarck and how Austria and Prussia had been sort of the two main players seeking to unite Germany. Both are German speaking nations. There was, for a while, the idea of a Großdeutschland, the idea of a Germany united by Austria, which included Austria and all the rest of the German states. So there was a long trend here of a lot of people in Germany thinking that Austria should be part of Germany. A lot of Austrians did want to be part of Germany, not all of them, but some of them did. And that's not to say that Hitler should have taken Austria. I'm just saying this didn't just start with Hitler, but he's the one that eventually said we need to just annex Austria. That's ours. And remember, guys, Hitler was born in Austria. He was an Austrian. Okay. Anyway, so on March 12th, 1938, Hitler had this idea called the Heimenreich, which basically meant like bring them back to the Reich. The idea of bringing back German speakers into the Reich that had been separated from Germany over the years from the Treaty of Versailles and other treaties. So what Hitler basically did is and after rebuilding up his military to where Austria had no possible means of resisting it if the Nazis did invade, and he put a bunch of these troops on the border with Austria. He under the threat of military invasion, uh, I can't pronounce this name, even though I speak German. I mean, even though I read German, I never had to pronounce it, so I'm going to embarrass myself if I try. But the leader of Austria at the time was a guy named Schuschnigg. Schuschnigg, okay, and he was a nationalist, but he was opposed to being integrated into the Reich. So Hitler invited him to a meeting, and Hitler basically sat him down and started screaming at him, literally screaming at him in his face, threatening him wildly, yelling at him. And then he basically said, you either appoint this Austrian Nazi, because there was an Austrian Nazi party, this guy named Arthur Seyss-Inquart, as the leader of the minister of your interior and security services, or we will invade by force. Okay. And Arthur Seyss-Inquart, knowing that there would be no pushback from any not from like Britain or Poland or France or anything, he cracked and he allowed it. And honestly, I don't blame him because at this point, with no one planning to support him and this massive army at his border, he didn't really have much of a choice. It was either there was either going to be a brief bloody war that Hitler would win and no one would support Austria, or a bloodless war, a bloodless invasion where no Austrians would die in mass in the war, and then there would be no one to support Austria anyway. So okay, so he accepted. He appointed this Nazi, and Austrian National Socialist and Minister of the Interior and Security, and the Nazis basically the next day marched in. Okay, marched in and annexed Austria. Now, so this is what it looked like, guys. So just to show you here, so this was Germany before that. The Nazis marched into Austria unopposed and annexed Austria. Austria, so this now became part of Germany. So already Hitler's expanding and with no shots fired. And to be clear, I want to explain to you when we start talking about other Nazi actions in their invasions, they had a very ruthless military force. Obviously, you're going to see what I mean here. But the first thing Nazis would do when they invade a place is they would dismantle the rule of law. Okay. That was kind of their big goal. So they would invade a place and then they would send out specialized units of SS and military to start dismantling all state dismantling the state. Okay. And remember, guys, according to not Hitler's beliefs, the state laws, things like that are all what? Related to what? Related to what? What are all these things? Jewish. They're all Jewish. Jewish, Jewish, Jewish. Okay. So you dismantle the state. And because since Austria was primarily German, they did integrate it into Germany and make it like a province of the Reich. But before they did that, which would cause problems, because as soon as it's an official state, it would be harder to go after people within Austria. So they quickly dismantled the state and occupied it, and they started deporting Jews, going after Jews there, dismantling important aspects of the state, while they had this window of opportunity to revert it back to a state of nature. Okay, and then later they integrated it after they had successfully destroyed the Austrian state and replaced it with a Nazi state. Okay, and had practically already deported and put into concentration camps the Jews of Austria. Okay, or at least singled them out like they had done in the rest of Germany. Okay, so that is going to be something you see, is that with these invasions, you see the process of state destruction. Okay, to be clear, something that kind of annoys me is if anyone's ever seen Sound of Music, okay, they make it seem like most Austrians were like super opposed to the Nazi occupation. Yeah, maybe most of them were, but there was at least 40% that were very happy the Nazis took over. So there were a lot of committed Nazis in Austria, even at this point. Okay. And Hitler was met with glowing celebrations and praise as he marched into Vienna. I can show you an image here. Austrians celebrate annexation, I guess. Yeah. There were lots of crowds of people just cheering. Here you have, oh, I've seen this photo before. And they faced practically no resistance as they walked in here. Look at this. I don't know if this is the right picture. Yeah. These are Austrians in Salzburg celebrating the arrival of the Nazis. Okay. I don't know. You might be able to see it very well on your guys' screen, but here, I'll do this. Oops. Okay, you can see some of these images, a lot of celebration happening here. So there was a lot of celebration inside of Austria. And as a matter of fact, there were a number of Germans who actually started openly attacking Jews as the Nazis were entering. in a classic case of obeying in advance, okay? Where they, as the Nazis were entering, they automatically started beating up Jews and things like that. So this was still an act of aggression that was a violation of Austria's territorial integrity and things like that. I just want you to understand that a lot of Austrians participated in their own subjugation, which is dark. Okay. So anyway, so he then took over Austria. And I don't want to go into too much detail with these things because we're talking about fascism. So I'm going to talk mainly about the fascist aspects of this rather than talking about the like military aspects of this and stuff. So the main thing I want you to get out of this is we start to see in this case the process of state dismantling. Okay, and this is a state that was full of German people who the Nazis viewed as Germans. So they're going to treat it a bit nicer than they do other areas. But you can see that process happening here. Okay, let's go on. So that happened and no one did anything. Okay, no one did anything. At this point, though, uh, Britain and France started to get a little worried. Okay. And they started planning to meet to try to mediate this clearly rising Germany who's a bit more yeah, Le Quavois, who's a bit more aggressive. That's a bit more aggressive than they had been hoping they would be. Okay. So because this is also an open defiance of the Treaty of Versailles. Well, because according to the Treaty of Versailles, Germany was not allowed to integrate in with Austria. So then, in Hitler then starts. There's an area of Czechoslovakia, folks. I don't know if I have it. Did I not bring a map? But that's okay. So if you guys can see my cursor on the screen here, the border area here. This is not going to be great. Okay, the border area here between Czechoslovakia and Germany is called the Sudetenland. And it is majority German speakers. Okay. There are a lot of Germans in there. I mean, people who speak German in that part of Czechoslovakia. And Hitler had long demanded the return of those lands to Germany because they were populated by Germans. And Hitler had this notion of, bringing Germans back into the Reich. And not only coincidentally, also this was kind of calculated. Of course, this region was also mountainous and made it much harder for the Nazis to invade the rest of Czechoslovakia if they had to attack through it. So, which I'll talk about here in a second. So, Hitler started amassing troops at the border of Czechoslovakia in 1938, demanding the return of the Sudetenland. Actually, he began some cross border raiding, attacking villages and stuff, increasing tensions with Czechoslovakia. And after the Anschluss of Austria, and with this new conflict breaking out with Czechoslovakia, the the other powers of Europe said, okay, we're done with this. We need to have a meeting. Okay, this is getting out of hand. Okay, and so they had this. They something they France, Germany, and Britain. Without, by the way, they did not invite Czechoslovakia. So Czechoslovakia wasn't invited to this meeting. They met in Munich, and Italy was there. Okay, and the idea here was to come to a peaceful resolution and solve these problems that were clearly breaking out once and for all. Okay, and once again, Hitler made all these kinds of, he rambled endlessly, kind of yelled a bit, and then he basically said, I promise, if you give me the Sudetenland, that'll be the last thing I take. Okay. I want peace. I just want a just world because Versailles was unjust. So please just let me have the Sudetenland and everything will be fine. Okay. One second. I need to, yeah, pinky promise. Pinky promise. Everything's going to be fine. And admittedly, you know, I'm not Winston Churchill. Chamberlain had already kind of secretly started directing the Britain to build up its military a bit, but this was like he also did appear exactly. He did. He absolutely did, Louise, and I'm going to mention that. So at this point, Chamberlain had already slightly begun to build up the military. After he got back from the Munich conference after having agreed to let Hitler have Czechoslovakia on the condition that he wouldn't take anything else. He announced in an infamous speech that like with this piece of he came off of a plane with a piece of paper and he said, "We have achieved peace in our time." Oopsie. Okay. At this point, he did begin building up the British military in preparation for if a war did start. Okay. So at this point, he kind of knew that there might be an issue about to happen. Okay. But alas, it was kind of too late because now that Hitler had all this time to build up, like there's going to be a war. Like anyway, regardless, that did give some time for Britain to build up. We exaggerate how bad it was that made that speech about peace in our time and that in the Munich conference. So at the same time, we don't, for example, in British books, they overemphasize how well thought out this was. It also is underemphasized in American textbooks how, well, yeah, but with the Munich conference at least, afterwards, he kind of started secretly building up British military forces. So to an extent, it was a ruse on his end too. You see what I mean? It's kind of in between the two. Okay. So regardless, Hitler took advantage of this and he annexed the Sudetenland for free because Czechoslovakia wasn't invited to the meeting and they had no way to push back. So they allowed Hitler to take the Sudetenland. Now, there's a problem with this, folks, because located in the Sudetenland are mountains that would have made it very hard for Hitler to successfully invade Czechoslovakia. Czechoslovakia was a modern nation with a pretty modern industrial base and not terrible armed forces. But with the giving up of the Sudetenland, it also gave up all the natural land protections. Okay, the phone is ringing, folks. Give me a second. I'll be back.
In the dark haze, polarized gaze, trying to find my way to you, where the spaces can't erase this. You're the feeling that I choose. I'm tired of running, 'cause you lose the feeling. You're disconnected in your touch. Are you believing in what I'm seeing? Or did the high life get too much? 'Cause all on you won't you come over? Dying to know where you came from. We're breaking open. Feel like our future's just begun. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away when no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away when no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world. Waiting for no one. We're heading straight up for the sun. They'll never notice. We'll take these cities on our own. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away when no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away when no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world. Another trip around the sun. Another year of life is gone. I spend it mostly on the road. To find the place where I belong. I need a way back. I need an order start to guide me. Show me what I can see. I need a way back. Peaceful mind inside me. Tell me what I could be. Tell me what I could be. I need a way back. I need an order start to guide me. Show me what I can see. I need a way back.
Correct, elevator lady. So, folks, I'm still on the phone call. She can't hear me because I have it muted. But yes, elevator lady, you know, we're going to need 3 months income proving that you're a Twitch streamer and that we get, you know, blah, 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 blah. We're also going to need a letter proving that you don't eat with your family and that you buy food separately. That's what it is.
What I could be. I need a way back. I need an order start to guide me. Show me what I can see.
Nope, can't send any links because IT prevents them from accessing that. So I need to provide 3 months proof of income from Twitch and YouTube. And she sounds very untrustworthy. And it's really fucking annoying, which I can easily provide, but it's like, can you not be so anyway, can you not be like so condescending, etc.? Okay.
I'm sorry. Would you say that loud? Say that again. I'm sorry. Would you say that loud? Say that again.
No. Nope. No. Nope. No. Nope. No. Nope. Did you guys ever think I'd do a stream with me trying to get, you know, trying to get SNAP benefits?
Go against me, that's what. Go against me, that's what. Go against me, that's what. Go against me, that's war. Rocking these booty shorts, partying bore. They want some more. Girl, you look tore up from the floor. Go against me, that's war. Rocking these booty shorts, partying bore. They want some more. Girl, you look tore up from the floor. Go against me, that's war. 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 Go against me, that's go against me, that's go against me, that's go against me, that's war. Let's go. Guns up if you ever think different. Go against me, that's war. Let's go. Guns up if you ever think different.
Nostalgics. Let's go. Go against me, that's war. I'm everything you want and more. Haters trying to kill my spirit, but I stay moving different. Love me, hate me, watch me go. Go against me, that's war. You trying to fight? Let's even the score. I'ma take over the world. It's Rico and Jigs, get ready for war. Go against me, that's war. Go against me, that's war. Yeah. Go against me, that's war. Go against me, that's war.
Go against me, that's go against me, that's go against me, that's go against me. Go against me, that's war. Let's go.
Switch.
Guns up if you ever think different. Go against me, that's war. Let's go.
Yeah.
Guns up if you ever think different. Go against me, that's 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 war.
Okay. Finally, it's over. Jesus Christ. Now I have to submit a bunch of documents within 10 days. Within 10 days, so that they can actually process it. And then they then still might deny it. And then in that case, I'm also going to have to wait on the phone again for how long was I on the phone for? 2 hours? All right. Okay, folks, let's continue with what we were doing. So, guys, for those who don't know, I did this on stream partially on purpose, okay? I'm applying for SNAP benefits or Supplementary Nutrition Assistance Program to help me purchase food since I'm very low income. And they were supposed to call with between 8:30 a.m. and 12 p.m., which is a really big chunk of time to have to sit around waiting for them to call. When they finally did call, it was at 11:50 a.m. And then I had to wait for 2 hours after they called to even talk to anyone. And it was just waiting music for 2 hours. Then they finally called. Okay. Now, guys, when I got that call when I was on stream, there was 5 minutes where I actually wasn't speaking to them because it was just a voice recording asking if I wanted a translator. I said no. Then there was no sound on the other side of the phone for 5 minutes. And I kept saying into the phone, is anyone there? Hello? Finally, someone comes on the phone and proceeds to be like, you do what? Content creation? What is that? What is that? Like, I'm going to need to see proof of documentation for that. This is great. This is great, guys. Now, luckily, I am not on the verge of starvation at the moment. Okay, it'd be very helpful for me to have food assistance. But imagine if I was. Okay, imagine if I was. This whole fucking process is insane, and they make you jump through all those hoops. So now that she doesn't trust me, yeah, no, exactly, Philly cheese. You are required, at least in Ohio. I don't know if that's everywhere. I am not allowed, even though I live with my parents, I am not allowed to eat with them or prepare food with them. Okay. So she like, oh yeah, federal. She explicitly asked me, she said, she's like, and you don't eat with your parents or like eat near them or with them, right? I'm like, no, even though, yeah, I mean, no, I don't. I mean, of course I don't. Anyway, so like, why the fuck does it matter where I eat it? Because yeah, you cannot eat with them because then that increases the chance that they might be using food that you've gotten through your SNAP benefits. It is fucking hell, folks. And so I have a list here of the things I need to provide that I need to submit to the website. One of the things I am required to submit is a letter from my parents promising that I do not eat with them, that I eat separately from them, and that they do not prepare food for me. Okay? What? And they have to sign it, date it, give a mess like they have to verify because I'm not trusted that I don't fucking eat food with them and I'm separate from them because literally our country is a fucking clown show. All right. And imagine if you're a person who needs these benefits and who works every day and you have to sit waiting for this fucking phone call. And then if you end up not being able to take it because you have to wait for over 2 hours for someone to pick up, you lose your benefits because unless you wait to pick up, it's a fucking mess. It's a fucking mess. To be clear, guys, yeah, we don't feed this freeloader. Love, Papa Revolt. Of course, guys, I never eat with my parents. I would never do that. I always eat separately from them. Of course, of course. I would never lie to the SNAP agency, obviously. My point is, okay, it's a fucking mess. Like, this country is a fucking clown show. Let's go on. Okay. By the way, she wasn't even convinced enough by the fact that I can provide documentation of how much money I make doing this job. Okay. She wants my tax returns on top of 3 months' income indicated from Twitch and YouTube. She's like, well, also just some of your tax returns because that also has I can see the income over time. I'm like, okay. And she's like, what is Twitch? What is YouTube? She like didn't even, okay. It's fine. It's fine. I'm fine. Anyway, so now we can see why this country is so fucked up. Okay, let's go on here. Let's continue. There's other reasons why it's fucked up, but that was a learning experience, I hope, for all of you, that you had to suffer through that with me. Let's go on. And it's not even done yet. Oh, by the way, one more thing, guys. One more thing. Okay, she actually didn't say that about YouTube. She just said it about Twitch. One more thing. One more thing. While she was in there, she noticed that my Medicaid, which is the government health aid I receive because after being unemployed, I submitted an application for that to be renewed and they never processed it. And she doesn't know why. She's like, oh, it looks like you submitted a Medicaid renewal, but we never processed it. Oopsie. You know what? When you call back next time, just remind them. Hopefully they'll process it then. Okay, well, what if I run out of the benefit then and I'm not able to get the meds I need? Because anyway. All right, whatever. It's fine. Love this country. Let me put my face up. Or let's put this up. So let's continue with this presentation. By the way, to be clear, yeah, exactly, Outer Signal. And to be clear, guys, you can blame Republicans for this and Democrats, but mainly Republicans who have constantly sought to undermine the functionality of these programs by defunding the bureaucracy, making it so there's fewer people working in the bureaucracy, which puts more stress on the ones working in the bureaucracy, increases the amount of time it takes to see someone working in the bureaucracy, and then putting very stringent rules in place to prevent to make it hard to even get these benefits to begin with. Okay. Oh my, that's so crazy, Philly Cheese. That's so fucked up. Anyway, they just hate the poor, okay? And they want to torture you and they want to force you to go back to work or go to get employed somewhere specifically so you can work for the capitalists. Anyway, moving on, okay? And it was, guys, I'm not even joking. She seemed to have this impression I'm like a layabout. Well, she's like, you still live with your parents? That's literally how she said it. And I'm like, yeah, I live with my parents. I was working before this. I was working for 10 plus more years before this. And for a year now, yeah, I've been living with my parents. And then she kind of looked, she suddenly said, "So when did you work at Tor Academy?" Oh, okay, I shouldn't have said the name of that out loud, but, oh, I see. That was a year ago. So then she suddenly realized that I had been a teacher about a year ago, and then she suddenly changed her tune, and it's like she suddenly realized, "Oh, wait, he's not just a layabout, okay? He really was employed. Okay, who the fuck cares?" Anyway, okay, whatever. It doesn't fucking matter. Yeah, play some copyrighted music. It's fine. Get the section muted. I know, Philly cheese. I will. It's okay. I don't give a fuck. I didn't actually say the whole name of the school. There's lots of schools that have that word in it. But anyway, whatever. It's fine. Okay, so let's go on here, guys. We were talking about the Nazis. Let's go on here. Let's fucking talk about the Nazis. So there was the Munich conference. So after Hitler gained control of Czechoslovakia, which of the Sudetenland, that basically made it a lot easier for him to just invade the rest of Czechoslovakia. Not only that, there were a bunch of major industrial centers in the Sudetenland and in the rest of Czechoslovakia that Germany now owned. And Hitler very quickly started. I didn't get denied Snap J. Williams. I still have to submit more documents, but it's just an annoying process. So that, by the way, suddenly increased Germany's industrial power by a tremendous amount. This occupation of the Sudetenland and then the rest of Czechoslovakia when he attacks that. There were tons of weapons stores in the Sudetenland and the rest of Czechoslovakia that he just added to the German military. And that was a major factor that massively strengthened the German military, was the looting of the Sudetenland and Czechoslovakia. So, okay. So then after he says, I'll take Sudetenland and then I'll be done. Well, at March 15th, so not that much longer after that, okay, not that much longer after that, he just invaded the rest of Czechoslovakia and took it. And no one cared. So after he took the Sudetenland of Czechoslovakia, he then invaded the rest of Czechoslovakia. Other countries invaded, Slovakia, which is the tail of Czechoslovakia, declared independence and sided with Germany. And Germany occupied the rest of Czechoslovakia, and it turned it into what they called the German Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia. Now, this was one of Hitler's first conquests, where the people he conquered were not German. The Czechs were not viewed as Aryans. They were not viewed as bad as like other kinds of Slavic peoples, okay, as like the Poles or the Russians or anything like that, but they were not viewed as Germans. And he turned it into a protectorate, basically then looted the country, taking over all the factories, subjugated the Czechs into German subjects, refused to let them have citizenship, and would occasionally forcibly conscript them into the military to fight for the German military, even though they were second-class citizens, and also begin a process of destroying the Czech state, going after Jews and things like that. But we're starting to see it almost, you start to see this sort of apartheid kind of setup in the German Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia. Yes, they did, real life cat DJ. Well, it depends. Ethnic Czechs, no. Okay. German Czechs, yes, joined the SS. Okay. But ethnic Czechs weren't allowed to because they weren't fully Aryan. So anyway, in Czechoslovakia, one of the big things in Czechoslovakia was something called the Skoda Works. Skoda Works, which was this massive industrial complex of factories, mines, and very high-tech, advanced manufacturing compounds that Hitler now had control of. So he just started pumping out a ton of more weapons and stuff for Germany. So this is one of the first conquests where Hitler massively increased the industrial capacity of Germany and the economic capacity of Germany, which really benefited his ability to wage war. Okay, so that was the next step towards World War II, and the rest of the world did nothing. All right. Yeah, they make excellent cars nowadays. That brings us to we only have 2 steps left until World War II breaks out. You can see, guys, tensions increasing. Hitler has now aggressively taken Austria-Hungary, remilitarized the Rhineland, increased the size of the military, started producing banned weapons, invaded Czechoslovakia, taken the Sudetenland. Okay, and now on August 24th, 1939, Hitler and the Soviet Union signed something called the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, which was a 10-year non-aggression pact between Germany and the Soviet Union. Now, obviously, Hitler wasn't planning to stick to this, okay? But what it did do was it made sure that the Soviet Union wouldn't intervene when Hitler did go to war. And to be clear, there was a secret provision in this agreement because, unfortunately, folks, the Soviet Union was not innocent in this agreement. There was a secret provision there where Hitler and the Soviet Union agreed to split Eastern Europe up into spheres of influence. Where, for example, Hitler would get one part of Poland, and Stalin's agreed to that on the condition that the Soviet Union would get the other half of Poland. I'll show you what the secret part of this agreement. Okay, so here is the secret part of the agreement. This on the left is what was promised. Okay, in the agreement, all the orange would be going to the Soviet Union without German intervention. So all these orange things under the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact would be annexed to the Soviet Union. So that includes over half of Poland, Estonia, Latvia, Finland, Bessarabia, which is a chunk of Romania. All of this was granted by Hitler to the Soviet Union. Okay. The blue would be given to the Nazis, which includes half of Poland and Lithuania. All right. And of course, Romania would be allied with, so a lot of that would also be under control of the Nazis. What ends up happening, guys, is, well, you'll see what ends up happening here, as a lot of this does go exactly as it was promised to go. But you'll see what happens here. I'll show you, okay? So, all right. So that was a secret agreement made with between Nazi Germany and the Soviets. And for many years, by the way, it was only after the war that these secret documents came out, and the Soviets still denied it, said it wasn't true. And one of the most annoying things to me, folks, to this day, is lefties that defend this. I got to tell you, it's something that bothers me because I still hear some people on the left try to excuse this away and claim that, like, well, there was a reason for this, and, well, Stalin was just trying to protect the Soviet Union, and, like, okay, well, I don't know about that, okay? I don't know about that. So, anyway, listen, and I don't like yelling at lefties, I shouldn't do it, but it is something that bothers me because that is just consuming Stalin's Soviet propaganda without any critical thought. By the way, I know I'm over-focusing on this, but it's a point of contention for me, okay? Right, Lacroix. And guys, when, okay, so, like, even after Stalin, so when they invaded Poland, there was the Soviets also committed a massacre called the Katyn Forest Massacre, where they slaughtered tons of people that they viewed as, like, academics, and there were landowners and stuff executed too. But they slaughtered these people to prevent Polish resistance to their occupation. To be very clear, okay, it was not ideological. I mean, there might have been a little bit of that, but it was just suppressing dissent from the country that they were occupying. And I still hear that defended, and I don't understand why. Okay, whatever, it's fine. But that's just a side note. Regardless, they signed this Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Later, Hitler. And that really scared the rest of Europe, because they hate the Soviet Union. Jonas, did this influence the post-war communist hatred in Eastern Europe? Absolutely, Jonas. Absolutely, it did. Okay, and that's another thing that bothers me when we talk about some of the things the Soviet Union did in Eastern Europe, of course everyone there hated them. And then, like, it'll be excused away as, oh, well, they're just counter-revolutionary. They're like the people in Eastern Europe just, they were being manipulated by the United States, blah, 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 blah. Well, I'm sorry, but if your country gets occupied by a foreign force that you didn't ask for, regardless of whether it's right economically and philosophically and morally or whatever, that's still going to piss people off and they're not going to like you. Okay? Anyway, just a side note there. Regardless, they signed the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, which created this non-aggression pact between Hitler and the Soviet Union. Stalin was happy about this. He didn't trust fully the Nazis. I do want to be clear about that. But he was very happy that he got to annex a bunch of these territories. Okay. And obviously, Hitler planned to betray him from the very beginning. Okay. So that further increased tensions. And it was at that point, by the way, that a lot of European countries who, as I said, were previously more afraid of the Soviet Union than they were of the Nazis. Now that the Nazis were very clearly, from their perspective, possibly siding with the Soviet Union, that's when they're really like, okay, we're done with this. Okay, no more. We're no longer going to play this game with the Nazis because looks like they might be siding with the Soviets. Now, there's more to it than that. Okay, but that is one way that I've heard it interpreted, and I kind of agree with that. That non-aggression pact is kind of what really scared the West a lot. Okay. Um, so, and then it led up to, guys, on September 1st, 1939. This is one of the few dates I will ask you to remember the exact date of. September 1st, 1939, Germany invaded Poland. Okay. This began by Germany. There was something called the Danzig crisis, which I don't even want to get into. Okay, just who cares? But Germany invented a reason for going to war. They literally did a false flag. They did a false flag operation whereby a bunch of members of the SS dressed up like Polish troops and attacked a German radio station. And Hitler, this was pre-planned. This was led by Himmler. Hitler then started screaming and claiming that the Poles had invaded sovereign German territory. This was called the Gleiwitz incident. Okay, the Gleiwitz incident. It was all a false flag. It was completely false flag. Okay, in order to have an excuse. And at that point, the Nazis invaded Poland. And on September 3rd, 2 days after the invasion started, France and Britain declared war on Germany because they had had enough. Okay. And this was such a flagrant act of aggression and conquest that they couldn't allow it. And also more time had gone by, so their militaries were slightly more prepared. And so that is what's officially started World War II, in Europe at least, okay, was this invasion of Poland. So anyway, just to be clear, okay. By the way, going back to the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, the Soviet Union, as a few days after the Nazis, I think 14 days after the Nazis invaded Poland, the Soviet Union invaded Poland from the opposite direction. And the Soviets quickly overtook half the country. The Nazis overtook the other half of the country, okay? So, and within a month, Poland was no more. It was a very quick war, very decisive, and absolutely horrific and disgusting, okay, and destructive. So I wanted to explain, and this is where we really start to see here's a map of this invasion. So on the 1st of September, German forces invaded Poland, and then on the September 17th, Soviet forces invaded Poland as per the agreement they had. Okay. The Soviet Union would long claim that they were doing this to defend to protect Poland from the Nazis. But we know that's not true. It's a lie because they planned it in advance with the Nazis. Just to be clear. So it wasn't to protect Poland. It was because there's also a long history there. But regardless. So that was the end of Poland. Now, I don't know if I wanna go so much into the military aspects of this. It is super interesting. I like talking about why were the Nazis successful. So I'm gonna talk a little bit about this, okay? And then we will talk about how the rest of this war goes. But this was the beginning of, like, the worst parts of the war, okay? The mass genocide. Hitler hated the Poles, and after he conquered Poland, he took some parts of Poland. Let me see if I can find a map of this. Okay. How God damn it. How the Nazis divided Poland. All right. So I can show you here. You can see here, so this is how Poland was divided. The yellow, all these territories that are purple were annexed basically directly into Nazi Germany. These areas, weirdly enough, guys, this was kind of funny. It's not funny, but these territories right here, there were a lot of Poles in there who were not German, but the Nazis didn't really want to take the time to parse out who they viewed as actually Aryan or Polish, and they couldn't really tell a difference anyway. So they largely just annexed these regions and they made most of the people there Germans because they didn't want to take the time. And they're like, okay, we'll just assume they're all Germans. Okay. And then now there's more to it than that. There were some Poles that they killed, but they annexed those directly into Germany. Then they created this area called the General Government, and this was Hitler's Wild West. The General Government is where we will end up seeing a great number of a great number. I'm not going to jog right now, JMac, because I'm talking about Nazi occupation of Poland, and that would look kind of dark if I was doing that, but I will jog in a second, okay? This is where we find places like Auschwitz, because this area became basically a feudal estate run by one person. Okay, exactly, Dion. It used to be part of the German Empire. But they didn't really, yeah, okay. All those areas used to be part of the German Empire. The general government was basically a feudal estate where that Hitler appointed one man named Hans Frank to kind of lord over this feudal estate, and he had complete authoritarian control over this general government region of Poland. And this was one of the worst places to be throughout the entire Nazi Reich. The policy of the Germans in this area was essentially exterminationist. The Poles were essentially enslaved. It turned into fodder. Something like 20 to 30% of the population was exterminated. This was where the most violent and destructive aspects of the Holocaust took place. This is where Hitler really planned out his quote unquote natural racial struggle. They completely dismantled the state of Poland in this area. Okay. Completely dismantle it and turned it basically into a semi-anarchic zone of like Wild West. And it's not anarchy, but like a zone with practically no real laws that was ruled just directly by the Nazi Party and the German government. And they got away with however, like so much. And this is a perfect example of Nazism as state destruction. This was the perfect example. And a lot of the places like Auschwitz and stuff ended up being put in this area because this was the perfect place to set it. This was a place that was immune to German law, where the state had been destroyed, so the Nazis could get away with whatever they wanted. And the Nazis also, very much like the Soviets, by the way, which I think is kind of dark, to be clear, if anyone wants to defend the Soviets, okay, also launched a campaign of purging any Polish intellectuals, any Poles that represented to the Germans semblances of the state, okay, massacring thousands upon thousands upon thousands of people. And this was also the first time where Nazi Germany had a massive number of Jews now as part of this new empire. And next time we talk, guys, we'll start to talk about these next stages of the Holocaust, whereby Nazi Germany starts to figure out ways to handle the Jews now living in occupied Poland. And we will also talk, of course, about the invasion of France, the Low Countries, and things like that. but this is like this is how this works. Okay, this is what happened, and this was the official beginning of the war. I do want to clarify something here, and I'll go into more details about the general government, perhaps at some point. Really unpleasant place to be, Nazi Germany. The Poles. I also don't want to give you guys the impression that the Poles stopped resisting because there was a chunk of the Polish military that went into exile in the UK, and the Poles formed a government in exile. Before the Poles were fully conquered, they had started the process of decrypting German codes, giving them access that made it a lot easier for both Britain and it made it a lot easier later for Britain to crack the German code. Okay, so they had already started this process, and their input had been invaluable. They also participated, especially in the what was called the liberation of Italy. Polish units fought very bravely to liberate Poland. In one famous incident, uh, Polish troops Monte Cassino. There was I see if I can find the Polish Second Corps. This is a great photo. Now, obviously, they've colorized the flag, but at least you can see it better by looking at it. Um, the Poles. There was a very hard battle in Italy, fought between the Germans with their Italian allies. At this point, it was mainly the Germans, okay? And the Americans and the UK and stuff. And the Polish troops fought in this battle. And at great cost and sacrifice, they took a heavily fortified German position. And as a sign of defiance for the conquest of their country, on the ruins of this German position, they planted a Polish flag, which gives me chills and is a really cool little historical note. As like, fuck you, we can still fuck you up if we want to, even though you took our country. Okay. So anyway, I want to point out that even though Poland has been crushed, they were still involved in the war. There were a lot of Poles still involved in resistance. There was a Polish resistance movement, but Poland really would be one of the worst countries treated in this war. I mean, the Soviet Union was also really badly treated. Okay. So much aura, right, Dion? Okay. So, all right. I also wanted to point something else out, guys. So I know I don't, because this is a series of lessons on fascism. By the way, welcome the new folks in here. I didn't say hi to you yet. Hello, Lola was right. Welcome, Lola is right. I'm glad you're learning. Is this your first time in here, Lola? Glad to see you here. Is your name based off of Run, Lola, Run? Okay, welcome to the stream. Oh, thank you very much, Outer Signal. Thank you. Yes, the stream is every day except for Wednesdays and Sundays. Typically, from around I start between 12:30 and 1 normally, and then I go to around 6 or so. Okay, so please come back. Hello, Cremini. Hello, Cromini. Do these class happen daily? It does, Cromini, except for Wednesdays and Sundays. Okay. We also do a lot. Yes, a lot of Poles died in the Battle of Britain. Absolutely, Mithril. Okay. So anyway, please join us. We don't just do education, by the way. We also do politics and other things as well. But the large chunk of our streams will typically be history, and we're doing some education. Okay. So I wanted to quickly talk about a few things here that that a lot of people know about, but it's sort of just a side note. It's interesting. A lot of people overemphasize it, so I kind of want to clarify something. I find military history super interesting. I don't like talking about it as much because it's honestly not that relevant for most people's everyday lives. It's cool and it's fun to learn about, but it's kind of like a specialist thing in my and by the way, when I was teaching, I got really tired. I found that a lot of male teachers, yes, I'm saying male teachers because it was often men, social studies teachers overteach military history stuff and underteach social history stuff. So, and sometimes they don't even know much social history. They mainly just know military history, which is like a very small part of the world in history. So I don't talk as much about military history as I probably could. I do want to mention something. there, you know, at Outer Signal, there's also this like the flashy edgelords have made military history their baby. Yeah. There's also kind of a weird sense of toxic masculinity that goes into this because men are sort of socialized into being soldiers and like glorifying the military, and it's not necessarily their fault. The state wants us to be that way because they want good soldiers. But anyway, it is important. It's just okay, yeah, I know. Yeah, I believe it, Dion. I believe it, Dion. You're actually not the first German person to tell me that. So the Nazis, okay, they developed some very interesting tactics uh, when they invaded Poland. And typically we hear that these tactics are called blitzkrieg, okay, which in German means lightning war. Um, and there are some big problems with this, and I'm going to explain why. It's partially true, but there's also some problems with it. When we think of the German war machine, we tend to think of like this hyper modern, really good force of tanks and planes and quick maneuvering tanks bursting through lines. There's some truth to that. At the same time, most of Blitzkrieg, the theory of it, was developed by the Soviet Union. Remember how I said, guys, that the Nazi and during the Weimar Republic, the German government had actually had a secret research and military exercise program worked out with the Soviet Union, where Soviet theorists, German theorists, tankers, military experts would meet up in the Soviet Union and practice operations, practice aircraft operations, tank operations, exchange ideas about the correct way to wage modern warfare and things like that. And one particular Soviet commander named Chukovetsky, I can't pronounce his name very well, so forgive me, was very brilliant. And he kind of developed this Soviet idea of something called deep war, which is is very similar to Blitzkrieg. And later, Chukovetsky would be, purged by Stalin in one of his paranoid moments, one of his moments of insane paranoia, where he ended up purging one of the top Soviet military minds, Chukovetsky, anyway. But the Germans learned a lot from this, and they also contributed to it, but it was a joint effort of Soviet and German thinkers that came up with this idea of deep war, or of deep battle, deep war. There's different ways of calling it, and that turned into Blitzkrieg. So the the general idea of Blitzkrieg is this: you have an enemy line that your forces are approaching. Okay, you try to find a weakness in that line, and then you take your best troops, which are typically your armored divisions, divisions that have tons of tanks in them, and motorized infantry that can move around on vehicles quickly, okay? And you mass them together at a weak point of the enemy's line, and then you launch, and then those forces in a massed formation burst through the enemy's line. So called penetration. You penetrate the enemy's line in what is called a Schwerpunkt, or a hard point. You hit the enemy's line very hard. You break through it, and then you go deep behind enemy lines and encircle forces on the front lines and destroy them very quickly. You do it very quickly. You do it so fast that the enemy has a hard time responding. And this, in theory, should be coordinated with the Air Force. The Air Force should be bombing the hell out of the back lines of the, and repeat, right, Dion? And the Air Force will also be attacking at the same time, bombing the hell out of these positions to weaken them, bombing the hell out of enemy supply lines so they can't reinforce while this very quick attack is happening. All right. And in coordination, you will also often land paratroopers behind enemy lines at these Schwerpunkts, these points that you're hitting at, to further disrupt the enemy's ability to gain reinforcement and push back. And this was a very modern form of war, and it was very effective. Now, I do want to point out, though, that we have this conception that like the whole German military was operating at like this peak efficiency. There were actually very few panzer units. There were not that many. Okay, the vast majority of the German military were infantry who moved around by horseback. You don't really see that in a lot of Nazi propaganda films, that most of the German military was moving around by horseback, okay? And the there were only a few really major panzer divisions that were ever active at any one point because Germany didn't have enough fuel to really have that many tanks operating all up and down the line. So you need a few panzer divisions to do the breakthrough, followed up with a few armored infantry units to follow the panzers and hold positions. But you're not going to be able to do that for terribly long because eventually you're going to run out of fuel, and the rest of your army are a bunch of troops on horseback. Okay. So, as a matter of fact, even though the Polish military was not prepared for this blitzkrieg, this lightning war launched by the Nazis, their military was not nearly as prepared for this. Okay. Did not have the ability. Um, okay. That is, yeah. And that's not even true, Le Quabois. Let me explain Le Quabois. Part of that's not true. There it is. Has anyone ever heard that the Polish military launched a last-ditch cavalry charge against German tanks? That is more than likely apocryphal. We're actually pretty sure it didn't happen. Yeah, they were moving around on horses, but so was most of the German military. Okay, most of the German military was moving around on horseback, but there it was the. But because of Blitzkrieg, you only needed a few groups of panzers, and if they broke through the enemy's front lines, those forces would collapse, even if your militaries weren't much more advanced. Do you see what I mean? So it worked. I'm just saying the Nazi military was not nearly as great as we tend to think. As a matter of fact, Hitler was very disappointed with the invasion of Poland initially because it didn't go very well. The Poles weren't prepared. They were defeated very quickly, but there were pretty heavy German losses at the beginning, more than they thought there would be. And the issue was that the army had a hell of a time coordinating the Air Force with ground forces. And so a lot of the time, the Air Force didn't coordinate very well with German panzer divisions. And this made it kind of inefficient and not work very well. And they later improved on this, but they learned a lot from the failures of this invasion that they were then able to improve when they invaded France. But even then, most of the military was infantry troops on horseback. Okay. So and think about it, guys. If you have very limited fuel, which Germany didn't have very much fuel, okay, how do you think it's going to work to use these massed blitzkrieg Schwerpunkt attacks if you're in absolutely, Dion. I forgot to mention that. Dion said they also relied a lot on capturing resources in the penetration phase. Yes, because their logistics literally couldn't keep up. Okay, because if you have a bunch of guys in motorized vehicles and tanks, and they're being followed by troops on horseback or on foot, a lot of German troops on foot, it's gonna be hard to keep up with those mechanized troops. So you would have to make sure that you can stay resupplied if you're these panzer divisions. So they would often have to loot enemy storage behind the lines. Okay. And anyway, so imagine what will happen then. This makes a lot more sense when you consider what happens when they invade the Soviet Union. When you start having these massive supply lines where most of your military are like on horseback or on foot, and you have very resource-intensive forces of tanks and mechanized troops, how the fuck are you going to resupply those forces over vast supply lines, and while also filling in all the gaps on the line with troops that are far behind your mechanized forces most of the time? It's going to be a problem. Jonas, I was always taught Blitzkrieg was military genius. And to be clear, Jonas, it was good. I'm not saying it wasn't like a very clever tactic, and it worked in a lot of Europe, but it was not a fix-all. And the Nazis, they didn't really know how to adapt when they faced a country where Blitzkrieg didn't work. Okay? Like they didn't know how to adapt because all they knew how to really do was Blitzkrieg. This is complicated, but that's like once they got to a country where it didn't work, it kind of lost its effectiveness. All right. And okay, I will dance and jog now. Okay. So, just to be clear, that is Blitzkrieg, and it was clever. It was really cool. I mean, I don't mean cool as in I liked it, but it was a clever military tactic, and it worked pretty well. We should also point out that the Polish military was not great. The French military was not that prepared or that great. There were a lot of internal problems in Poland. There were a lot of internal problems in France. So it wasn't just like the military prowess of these panzer units. It was also the military weakness of France and Poland. Also, something else that doesn't get talked about here, and forgive me, I'll stop here in a second. Some people get bored by military history stuff, is that the vast majority of the military's resources was being poured into these panzer units. Yeah, exactly. The Danish one definitely wasn't. Yeah, the Danish one was not existent. Okay. Uh, so that meant that if you're putting most of your resources into the Panzer Division, that leaves the rest of your military lacking those resources, and also leaves other parts of your economy and your Air Force and stuff lacking those resources. So they put way too much focus on these Panzer divisions. Those were the Panzer divisions that got everything first, and then everyone else got the scraps. Okay, so just something to note there. This idea of like this German war machine, yeah, there's truth to it, but one of the reasons why we have these misconceptions of it, that's okay, Oxpecker. One of the reasons why we have these misconceptions of it is because the Nazis' propaganda was really good. Okay, they were able to convince people that it was all about mechanized modern forces and stuff. It wasn't that. It was good, but it wasn't like amazing. All right, it wasn't like spectacular, shocking. All right, okay. La da 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 la da 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 la da da. Okay, let's go there. All right. So does that make sense? So just a note there. Jonas, that is debatable. Jonas says, were the tanks really the best at the time? German tanks were really good. Okay, German tanks were really good. There were some problems with them. It depends on what part of the war you're talking about. At the beginning, they were pretty good. Soviet tanks were also really fucking good. I would argue that some of the Soviet tanks overall were better than the German tanks. By the end of the by Sharon Bar, by the end of the war, later on in the war, the Nazis. Well, let me start over. One of the problems with German tanks was that they were over-engineered. They were too good. What do I mean by that? If you over-engineer tanks, it becomes really hard to fix them when they start breaking down. Okay. When they start breaking down, and like if you're in the middle of a firefight and the tank breaks down and you need to return the tank to some specialized engineer, that's a problem. That also makes them harder to build and produce. So German tanks are really good, but once you start losing a lot of tanks, it takes a lot of time to fix them or produce more of them if they're over-engineered. And especially later in the war, some of the tanks that the Germans developed, like the Tiger tank, the King Tiger tank, which are massive heavy tanks, were way too over-engineered, way too slow, and kind of were representative of Nazi ideology. It's all like, we have the biggest, most advanced tanks. Yeah, they might not work that best in battle, but they look cool and they're big and they're scary. Okay, well, the Soviets had a much smaller tank, a medium tank called the T-34, which was much more easily mass producible. It was weaker, but much faster, mass reproducible, and easily repairable. So you could basically produce an infinite number of these things, even if a lot got destroyed, and they were not over-engineered. And even though on a one-to-one basis, they may have been not as powerful as a German tank. Exactly, Dion. Yeah, Mithril. They were much better tanks overall. Okay? So, oh, that's okay, Gwen. So, like, yeah, German tanks were good. I will say that. But they also, if you look at it in the context of battle, they might not have been the best. Yeah, exactly, Jonas, exactly. Just like the American military. If anyone here, let me show you guys something real fast. If you guys have ever heard about this thing right here, this is called the Abrams tank, the American Abrams tank. And I'm making a point here. The modern variation, okay. This is a really good tank, okay? But let me explain what I mean by that. It's really good on like a one-to-one basis against tanks from other countries. It has gyros. This is an American tank. It's gyro stabilized, so this fucking cannon on the front will stay level even as you're going up and down over things. Okay. It has pretty strong armor, blah, 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 blah. It's a pretty good tank. The problem is that it's massively over engineered. This thing can run on jet fuel or diesel fuel. So you literally, and they typically run better on jet fuel. How the fuck are you going to get a ton of jet fuel up to the front lines when everything else runs on diesel? For one thing. Second of all, they're massively over engineered. If these things get damaged, you basically have to send them back to America to get repaired, or way back into the back to get repaired. That takes a lot of time and energy and transport capacity. They're massively expensive, so they're hard to build a bunch at once. So although America has a lot of them, if we were to lose a whole bunch of them suddenly, it's going to take a long time to fix those things and rebuild them. Now, the Russians, on the other hand, and listen, the Russian tanks, some of them are pretty good. A lot of them also aren't good, okay? But they're much easier to produce. So, like, this thing could probably tank out a few Russian tanks, but then once it gets taken out, it's going to take a lot to replace it, and the Russians can just build more, even though modern-day Russian tanks aren't that reproducible. But anyway, I know, right, Jonas? Dear God, the British land ships. I will say the Brits had a really good fucking tank. Okay, there were some really good British tanks. I would not say the American tanks were that great either during this war, to be honest. But I will tell you, there was a really good British tank called the Challenger. Or wait a minute. World War II, British tank. What is this thing called? What is it called? I'm having a mind blank. Oh, was it the Churchill or the Matilda? I can't quite remember what it looks like here. What was this damn thing called? That's a Sherman, which were okay. Does anyone remember what this thing was called? I should know. Here it is. The this thing. What the fuck is it called? There was a really good there was the Churchill, which was pretty good. The Churchill tank was pretty good. There were a few really good English tanks too, I got to tell you. But generally speaking, the Soviets and the Germans had the best. The Churchill, thank you. Okay, all right. And generally, and the Japanese and Italians had the worst. Okay. Anyway, so that's just a note there. Okay. So we will stop there on this educational presentation. So now World War II has begun. And we'll talk more about this later. God, we've been talking about the Nazis for so long, folks. Jesus Christ. All right, God damn it. Okay, let me put my face up here. How's everyone doing out there? We good? But Philly cheese, I do kind of, because I like, I enjoy talking about it, but like, I feel like it's never going to end because I always talk too much and then we don't get through enough. But anyway, okay, guys, there you go. There's a little bit of education for the day. All right. And so the Nazis, the war is now here. T-urn. Yes, I love that. Throw the T-urn built in. The I do I love it, but it's also like, but seriously though, Outer Signal and Philly cheese, it's like I kind of want to get through it so we can move on to something else, okay? Because like there's only so much I can do this before people will give up and not want to come back to the stream. You see, anyway, I don't know what to frame. Anyway, okay, so World War II has now started with this genocidal state, Germany, okay, and France and Britain are involved. Okay. Thank you, Jonas. Yes, thank you. Good education session. Got a different perspective on Chamberlain. Yeah, thank you, Jonas. And guys, for the UK, for the British folks out there, the America is not right in their judgment of Chamberlain, but I don't think the British textbooks are also fully right. I think it's kind of a mixed bag. It's also partially it was strategic, partially it was naivete on Chamberlain's side. Okay. And unfortunately, that is one thing Churchill was really good at. I'm not a fan of Churchill, but he was really good at being a war PM in the UK, at least rallying the public, doing all the public displays of patriotism and stuff. He was really good at kind of keeping the morale up of the British people and things like that, amongst other things. But okay. Okay. So anyway, all right. So let's go on here, folks. Let's see here. Yeah, Chamberlain's pretty much not well thought of. Is that true, Louise, overall? Okay. Yeah, see, I don't know how the average person thinks of him, but like there was I know that in some I've heard that some Brits talk about him as like a well, maybe I don't know. Okay. Okay. So let's see here. All right. Let me just see what we have here. He's seen as a coward. Okay, fair. I just remember reading somewhere that British textbooks or recent British historians and I don't know though. You guys have a better insight than I do. Have kind of rewritten the history to make it seem like he was doing good stuff or whatever completely. I could be wrong. Okay. All right, guys. So I'm going to sit down now. Okay, 1 second here to do. Oh, I got you, Louise. I got you. All right. Give me a second, folks. All right. Oh, I need my chair. All right. La da 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 la da 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 da. Okay, folks, let's talk. We have some other stuff to talk about. Oh my God, that fan is too high up. All right, so today there's a lot of interesting things. Okay, there's a lot of interesting things to talk about. Okay, so there's a few things I want to talk about with you. Now that the educational segment is there, everyone learned something. Everyone learned something, despite how weird today is because of the fucking Snap interview and shit that I'm still annoyed over, and I can't get out of my head because I'm annoyed by it. But anyway, let's see here. I'm gonna fix this here. All right, how's everyone doing out there? We good? Okay, thank you. 9139. Yes, elevator lady. The beginning of the Nazi invasion of Poland. The beginning of World War II. Okay, so all right, good. Gay Cheeto Puff. So glad you're here. So glad you're here. All right, let's go on, guys. Let's go on. So there's a lot happening in the United States and around the world, by the way. So today there are a bunch of primaries happening. Is Jay here? Oh, hello, Jay. Jay. I don't know why I'm celebrating Jay. Fuck it. Okay. So I wanted to talk about first of all, CNN had a bit on talking about the race between Abdul al-Sayed and Haley Stevens. So I wanted us to watch this little clip here about where is this from CNN, them analyzing this contest, because we will probably start getting results from the Michigan contest. Gwen, it looks like it might. We'll see soon. It might have worked, Gwen. We'll find out. Yes, we are going to watch the results as they come in, Le Quabois, and those results are likely to start coming in around 8 p.m. So for everyone in here, I will be streaming around 8 p.m. I'll be streaming later tonight to kind of see who wins that competition in Michigan, okay? So just be aware of that. I'll probably get off to go eat, and then I'll come back. I might even stream all the way up until then, but we'll see what happens, okay? So so I will be streaming about that later. So let's just see what CNN says. I just want to see CNN, I'm not the biggest fan of, but it's interesting to see what the mainstream sources are saying. So let's see what they say.
A case, another political battle. Tomorrow, voters will have their say in Michigan's
this is from yesterday,
Senate Democratic primary. Moderate Democratic Congresswoman Haley Stevens is facing off against former public health official, progressive Abdul al-Sayed. Now, the race has turned into a huge reflection of tensions within the Democratic Party. CNN chief data analyst Harry Enton joining us now. All right, Harry, who looks to be the favorite in this particular battle in Michigan? A big thing because people are looking at it as, again, is this a harbinger for things to come?
Yeah, I think that tomorrow Abdul al-Sayed will deliver the biggest blow so far against the establishment of the Democratic.
Now, Harry Enton, he's interesting. He's a really interesting guy, how excited he gets about stats. But he's kind of a corpo dem. So it's interesting how like certain he is that he thinks Abdul al-Sayed's going to deliver a crushing defeat.
Party because he is the heavy favorite going into tomorrow. Just take a look at the prediction market odds. Okay, chance to be the Michigan Democratic Senate nominee.
Is that really what we're doing now? Are we really going to be looking at prediction markets? All right.
Al-Sayed, look at this. He's up to a 98% chance according to
Jan, that's fair. I understand. Like, I'd have nothing against stats, but Harry Enton's just funny because he gets super excited. I don't know if it's about stats.
The cash prediction markets way up like a rocket compared to where he was on April 3rd when he was just a 28% chance.
Is it? Of course it is, Philly Cheese. So CNN is sponsored by Kalshi. Of course they're using Kalshi.
Just a few months ago, the bottom line is this. You look at all the data that is out there. Abdul al-Sayed is the very heavy favorite going into tomorrow. And of course, he is backed by a lot of folks on the left wing of the Democratic Party. And at this point, as I said at the beginning, he looks tomorrow to deliver the biggest blow so far against the establishment wing of the Democratic Party.
Give us some sense of just the amount of anger that is there, really at incumbents.
Yeah, it's so fucking annoying. I didn't know he was going to be talking about Kalshi. Disgusting.
Not at, just a particular person, but at incumbents, at people who
God damn it, guys, you're ruining it for me. Whatever. We'll watch the rest of the segment, but thank you for telling me.
are the establishment.
Sarah, I think this is part of a larger story within the Democratic Party, right? That is why tomorrow is so key for understanding where the Democratic Party is right now. And you can see it nationally. What do Democrats want? Democrat and Democratic leaders who think the party needs at least major changes. Look at this. In 2022, it was just 33%.
That is good. That is good. So this is not Kalshi, by the way. 57% of Democrats say that the party needs a new direction. That's pretty fucking good. We need it to be larger than that. Okay.
Look where it is now. The clear majority of Democratic voters are those who lean towards the Democratic Party. 57%. A clear majority believe that the party needs at least major changes. No wonder what we've seen so far is incumbents go down and defeat the House of Representatives. No wonder what we've seen so far this Democratic primary season is the establishment losing and losing and losing again in key races. And no wonder that Abdul al-Sayed is favored tomorrow because the Democratic Party's voters at this point are so upset with the establishment. They're saying anything else, please. And Abdul al-Sayed, who just 8 years ago during Trump's first term got blown out running for Michigan governor against
Gwen, we'll
Whitmer,
watch that.
Tomorrow is the heavy favorite because simply put, the Democratic Party is looking for something.
I think it's high-key bisexual, Oxpecker. Hello, Invalid Axiom. How are you?
New, and they are looking to go against Haley Stevens most likely tomorrow, who of course is a sitting congresswoman.
I do want to ask you just how motivated Dems are. Where's the energy? How motivated are they to go out and vote? Because numbers matter.
Yeah, numbers matter. Who in the Democratic Party is motivated to turn out and vote this election season? The energy right now is on the left wing of the Democratic Party where Abdul al-Sayed is. Just take a look here. Okay, Dems extremely motivated to vote. Look at this. 80%, 4 in 5 of those who identify as very liberal say they are extremely motivated to turn out and vote. Compare that to all others within the Democratic Party. A significantly lower chunk, just 3 in 5, 59%. Abdul al-Sayed kind of comes together, puts it all together.
Like it should make you, I'm doing well. Are you feeling the guy's energy on the vote? Yes. Because there's a lot of good signs here in Valid Axiom. There's like a lot of good signs, and I am very hopeful. And yes, we need votes on the left. When we need, guys, like I really want these votes to go well. Okay.
Together as an outsider.
Exactly, Dion. And that's the thing, Dion, is that right now there's a civil war basically going on in the Democratic Party because, oh no, but you're right, Dion, because the Democratic Party is a corporate right-wing party. Okay. Both of our parties are corporate and right-wing, but there is a sizable portion of the Democratic Party that is now more social democratic. It is being heavily resisted by the corporate wing of the party. As a matter of fact, the corporate wing of the party is like trying to stop the rise of the left-wing side of the party. And although Dion, even though that, like, compared to Europeans, they're not that left wing, but they're very left wing for the United States. They like advocate for universal health care. They advocate for things that we should have had many years ago, obviously. Okay. And so, yeah. But it's kind of a revolt happening that we deeply appreciate. So, yeah. Okay. And a lot of these folks are openly democratic socialists or democratic socialists. Yeah, absolutely, Dion. That's exactly the case. In Europe, the average conservative would be a Democrat. Okay, our Democratic Party are a bunch of conservatives, except but it's a big party, so there is a wing of the party that is more left wing, and they are becoming much more popular because Americans are partially waking up finally to the Democratic Party not being on their side. Okay.
Comes from the populist progressive wing in the party, and that's why I think tomorrow he is the heavy favorite. If he does, as I said at the beginning of this segment, it would be the biggest blow against the Democratic establishment so far, sort of culmination of all the factors we've seen this primary season.
This is certainly bubbling up, and then you, of course, have the general, and that's a whole different thing.
We will discuss
we'll discuss that later.
We'll discuss that later. Let's set the primary first.
Got to get through the primary first.
I also want to point out, I think most of the lefties in here, like, we love Abdul al-Sayed, we love Mamdani, etc. We are a little more left-wing than even them, but still, we appreciate this. We need some kind of fucking change.
So these are really interesting numbers. Wow.
Yeah.
Harry, thank you so much.
Thank you.
How do we expect it to shake out? Well, Pamela, this Democratic primary here in Michigan really encapsulates the debates not just playing out in Michigan, but also...
Jonas, if he runs as an independent, can he become DSA after winning? So the DSA is not a political party. So yeah, I mean, he could probably join the DSA after winning, but like it's still it's not a political party. At least it's yeah. So I guess he could, yes.
Within the Democratic,
but I don't know if he would win if he ran independent. He might, but this is complicated. That's the shitty thing about our two-party system.
Party on the national level. This contest has really laid bare the party's progressive versus establishment divisions.
Yes.
Also the debate over what it means to be electable, and also how the Democratic Party views the U.S. Handling an approach to Israel. But really, this contest is going to be a major test for the progressive movement, which has seen success in blue areas like New York City and Denver, but now is trying to replicate some of that success here in a battleground state that has flipped between parties in the presidential contest. On the progressive side, you have Abdul al-Sayed, a former state health official who has embraced policy positions like Medicare for all. He has campaigned here in the state with the likes of...
Here's Haley AIPAC Stevens.
Bernie Sanders and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Then you have
I totally agree, Gwen, and I wish we had a proportional representation parliamentary system.
Haley Stevens, who had flipped a Republican-held seat back in 2018, and she is really the more moderate establishment type of candidate in this race. She has the backing of the retiring Senator Gary Peters, as well as the state's governor, Gretchen Whitmer. Both of those candidates spent the past 24 hours campaigning right here in Detroit, which could very well help determine how this primary plays out. Take a listen to a bit of their message for voters yesterday.
But the notion that we've been able to build a movement, not about me, but about what we all want, money out of politics, money in our pocket, Medicare for all, that has resonated with the state.
Jesus, his arms are like a fucking tree trunk.
That to me is the greatest privilege of all.
The GOP should be worried about running against me.
Okay.
Because, friends, I am a tough as nails Democrat.
Right.
I'm going to run through anyone and anything to protect.
Outer Signal, stop that. No, I never said that, Outer Signal. You're the one objectifying him. I just made a factual comment. It had nothing to do with objectification.
And defend our state.
Now, the road to the
Elevator
next
lady,
Senate
don't you
majority
laugh.
very well could go through here in Michigan. Democrats would need to hold on to Michigan and flip 4 Republican-held seats. And this primary will provide a window in who the Democratic Party feels should be their nominee to take on what's expected to be the Republican candidate, Mike Rogers, in November.
God, okay.
Tomorrow is the biggest test yet for the far left, trying to shove aside
The far
establishment Democrats. In Michigan, millions of Democrats will choose between
I love that idea that it's the far left.
progressive
right?
public health expert Abdul El-Sayed and the more moderate Congresswoman Haley Stevens. To paraphrase Joe Biden, it's a...
To be clear, guys, on an international scale, Abdul El-Sayed is the moderate, okay? And she's like very far right. So isn't that very funny? Okay.
battle for the soul of the Democratic Party. Jeff Zeleny is in Michigan. So, Jeff, with just a few hours left, the El-Sayed camp seems to be feeling pretty good about their chances.
Manu, there's no doubt that they feel some energy and a momentum on their side. Part of that is really what's been happening in Democratic primaries throughout.
That's not true, Jonas. Jonas says he objectifies all hot lefties. Mamdani almost led to a TOS violation. Listen, Jonas, Jonas, that's rude. I never did that. What do you mean? I'm a perfect little angel.
The country this year, but this is a different moment and it's a different state. It's battleground Michigan. So that is why neither campaign advisors that I've been speaking to are all that confident going into election day. There's a lot of trepidation here. I caught up with both candidates over the weekend, and it's clear they are fighting for every vote and trying to make this nationalized race more about Michigan. Well, the Congresswoman has made clear that she knows she's been a bit of a punchline here in this race, her accent and other things. She's leaning into that as she's trying to bring out her supporters.
This is East Coast people making fun of.
No, listen. Of course, she's going to play victim like they don't like me because of my accent. No, they don't. People make fun of your accent because they don't like you, right? People wouldn't make fun of your accent if they liked you to begin with. Listen, obviously, I don't care. I'll make fun of her accent. I don't give a shit. Okay, I don't like Michigan anyway. I'm supposed to be, and it's supposed to be an enemy state of Ohio or whatever. So fuck her accent. She sounds stupid. Anyway, I just want to point out, though, that I wouldn't say that if I didn't already not like her. Okay, it's not like I don't give a shit about your accent. I really don't. But since I don't like her, I might as well find a reason to, that'll just be a good reason to insult her. I don't give a fuck. Anyway, just a side note there. Like, people aren't making fun of her because of her accent. They're making fun of her because they don't like her already. Maybe if she wasn't so corrupt and stuff, then they wouldn't make fun of her accent.
How I talk. And how many times have we really heard that in our lives?
Notice also how she always complains about people talking about her accent, but she never says, like, people are always saying I'm corrupt. But we never talk, like, she never complains about how people are calling her corrupt because she doesn't even want to talk about that, right? That's, like, the real problem. Okay? Like, that's the real problem is that she doesn't, that's what upset people.
When we visit other places, they comment on our accent. Where are you from? Whether they're making fun of me or they're just making fun of Michigan, they don't get to think they're better than us.
Right.
Because what I know is
we are
I am
better
your
than
voice,
you, but not because
and
of your
I'm
accent.
eager to be your voice. The jokes, they just make me want to fight harder.
Right, LaQuabla.
So Stevens clearly is making
his tax forms. Okay.
the case that she is pure Michigan, that she has represented the state since 2018. Of course, she flipped a Republican-held House seat back in the first midterm election of the first Trump administration. But this is certainly a different time for the Democratic Party. There's no doubt about it. Some of that energy that is behind Abdul El-Sayed's campaign also was clear, even as questions of electability really are hanging over this. We asked him about that as well.
Is that electability is about whether or not you can inspire a movement of people to want to elect you. I mean, frankly, if you have to bring...
I am trying so hard. No, exactly, Outer Signal. That's the other thing. She also has, Outer Signal says, don't make fun of my accent. While my campaign runs ads painting Abdul as a scary brown Muslim. Yeah, he also always... Jonas, how fucking dare you? I was literally about to make a joke. Okay. I mean, it wasn't really a joke. Yeah, like, she's always doing the racism card and, like, claiming that Abdul is anti-Semitic and things like that. And then people make fun of her accent. She's like, "Oh my God, I'm such a victim. No, they're attacking you, Michigan, for making fun of my accent. You have a stupid accent. Okay, you have a stupid accent. All right, I don't give a shit. I'll say it. I don't care. Your accent's stupid. It's not actually stupid, but I don't like you, and I want to insult you. Okay."
$70 million of outside spending into your race, you are foundationally unelectable on your own terms. So, to me, the vision I have for electability is one where you can inspire a movement of people around a set of ideals that allows you then to go out and legislate around those goals, right? That's what electability means to me.
So he also goes on to say that he thinks that some of this electability argument here, that Haley Stevens and the Democratic establishment behind her is pushing pretty aggressively. He thinks it's a bit of a loaded question here. He believes that Michiganders will elect him. And he said, an elected official always says that electability is on their side, but he, of course, is running from the outside. But he also talks specifically about his own upbringing and his own background, of course, even going back to when he was a high school student at the time of 9/11 and how he was embraced. So if he would be elected, he would be the first Muslim elected to the U.S. Senate here. So for all of the outside currents going on in this race here, the progressive versus the insurgent, talking about funding for
the progressive versus the insurgent. Do you think that was a mistake? He probably actually meant to say establishment, right?
Israel. It is also about Michigan issues. It's about affordability. And Manu, it is very clear here in the final hours of this race, both of these candidates are campaigning only with.
Thank you, Luis. Thank you. Luis said it for me. Luis said, who doesn't? I saw a pic of him with Hassan today and thought, wow, oh my fucking God, I know, right, Luis? I mean, Jesus Christ, like, oh my goodness. I want to see those two get into a lifting competition. You know what? Never mind. I'm sorry. I'm being gross. I apologize in advance. We'll keep watching.
Michigan people at their side. They're trying to make this race about Michigan. Of course, for national Democrats, it's about far more than that.
Yeah, no question.
They should also kiss a little bit just for fun, just for the cameras.
About it. The divides are very, very pronounced. Jeff Zeleny from Lansing, thank you so much.
Sorry,
My panel
I'll stop.
is back.
I'll stop.
Tia, how much fear is there in this town among Democratic leaders about what may turn out tomorrow?
A lot of fear, and I think their fear is rooted in the fact that the polling, the excitement, the attention seems to be favoring El Sayed. Now, of course, it's Michigan voters get the final say, and we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. Haley Stevens could pull it out, but, I think she's the underdog right now, and they are concerned about electability. They are concerned that someone as progressive as him, I think we cannot ignore the fact that he's a Muslim and a person of color, and people's concerns that will not be palatable to voters in the middle. And so there's just a lot of concern about electability and just not.
Oh my God! Yep, this is the classic. Heated political rivalry. This is the classic Corpo Dem take. Okay, this is the classic Corpo Dem take. The idea that, Gwen, you said, why is SAYED the best? Because he is not nearly as corrupt as she is, and she's awful. There's a lot of reasons why he's the best, Gwen. He has a better platform. The things he's advocating for are far better than Haley Stevens. Haley Stevens is far more corrupt. Haley Stevens, it takes far more money from AIPAC, takes far more money overall. She's massively more corrupt than he is. He's just a better candidate, in my opinion, in almost every way imaginable, and he's much more on our side of the political spectrum than she is. All right? Anyway, isn't this funny how, this Corpo Dem framing it as oh, he's not that electable. He's not that electable. No, I disagree. Okay? I disagree. As a matter of fact, I think he's far more electable than she is. All right? Anyway, because if you want people to get out to vote, you want someone that inspires them. You don't want Haley Stevens.
I just think it's not just his messaging that makes.
Gwen, have you read his policy platforms and her policy platforms? So, according to me and practically everyone in this community, his policy platform is much better than hers. We literally read his policy platform.
Democrats
we often hear, though.
And we can also see how corrupt she is.
The issue of electability coming from leaders of both parties. and they tend to lean towards the more centrist candidate. Is this environment different, though, given how much the environment is souring on Trump and his party? Can a progressive in this environment do what the Democratic leaders think that he can't do?
Absolutely, and he's very good. I mean, I remember when you did the interview.
Oh my God, this guy is white. Jesus Christ, his skin almost blinded me. Holy shit. Sorry. I just got a little. He's just very, very white. I'm sorry. That's rude. I shouldn't talk about a person's skin color like that.
Very good. He's good on his feet. He's a good candidate. I think he's a lot.
Sorry. Listen, that was kind of rude. I apologize. Listen. I say that as someone who is very white, okay? I feel a sense of connection to a fellow Casper the Ghost, okay? I'm just saying.
I think the polls, I don't think it's that close. I mean, a lot of the polls have him up double digits.
Yeah.
I mean, some, their internals, it's close. I don't think it's that close. The thing to me is Whitmer and Schumer and everybody else has been so hard on, hard behind Stevens. Can they turn it around in 90 days and be like, oh yeah, we want El Sayed, of course. You know, he's
we were behind him the whole time.
Yeah, we love him. This guy here's our guy.
Right.
So for
that's
me,
an interesting
this is
point.
a very
Are they going to end up supporting him? I hope after he wins, hopefully.
Difficult point for them. I do think that
Invalid accent.
Rogers is going to have Mike Rogers, the Republican candidate. He's going to have to defend Trump. It's going to be the race is going to be, El Sayed has all this baggage, and it's versus
Oxpecker rude. I know I am Oxpecker. That's why I yelled at him. You're right. I am much more white than he is. I agree. I look like a fucking, I look like a fucking ghost. I know. I agree.
Trump and the economy in Michigan, and I think that's going to be.
He at least has a little pink in his skin, right?
Fascinating.
Okay, I'll stop talking. What am I doing? I'll stop talking about his skin, okay?
And when we see this divide play out throughout this race on the issues, among the candidates, and among some of the surrogates, Hassan Piker, the controversial left-wing podcaster, streamer, has campaigned with Abdul al-Sayed. He's campaigned with other of the more progressive candidates in the House and House races as well. And this is what James Carville, of course, the famous Clinton strategist, said.
Right, Jonas, right. I'm sure you're so uncomfortable.
About Hassan Piker and whether there's room in the party for both of them.
I am not going to be in the same party with Hassan Piker. I can tell you that right now. If he becomes a force in the Democratic Party, I'm out of here. I have no intention of ever being in the same political party with that guy.
Because you're a traitor. Because liberals are always traitors to the left. Bye. This is so classic. The liberals and the center always betray the left when push comes to shove. I'm not going to be in the same party as Hassan Piker. I want to keep my billions, okay? Ain't no way I'm going to give my billions to that Hassan Piker fella. Like, okay, I mean, that's what he wants to say.
One of us is going to leave.
Bye-bye then. Okay, we don't need you. We literally don't need you. Outer signal. Oh, sorry.
Might even be me.
Okay.
Look, I think that this is all part of what we've been talking about now for the last several years, which is the Democrat identity crisis, and you're seeing it play out in real time right here. I will also say that the White House is very happy if El Sayed wins today or tomorrow. They really strongly want that candidate in place to run against Mike Rogers. And while Rogers will have to defend Donald Trump, they do believe that their messaging is perfectly fit for that race specifically, which is, do you really want these far left
Sorry, guys, I'm just listening to what they have to say.
In office?
Right, Mithril. Carville's strategies have been great.
Looking at a state that is very much centric, and Mike Rogers, who didn't get a job in the administration because he was too center and not MAGA enough.
Now, wait a minute. Is she saying that Michigan is centrist when it has gone for Donald Trump? What the fuck is she talking about? It's populist. The people of Michigan want change. That's the fucking issue. They want change. They want change. Okay? They want change. They don't want the establishment. That has been very obvious. Okay? So I love how the Democrats always think that the center is what everyone wants. Okay? I don't understand this is such a classic Corpo Dem thing. Cater to the center, cater to the center, cater to the center, cater into the center. That's why you keep losing. People don't want the center. Whether it's Republican center, Democrat center, they want change. Exactly. Totally, Dion. Give them 50 more levels in Marxism, right? God.
To that point, they want Al-Sayed to win. Mike Rogers was out with a web ad this weekend going
Yeah,
after
he did outer
Al-Sayed,
signal.
and you can see the argument coming from him already if Al-Sayed is the nominee.
And Obama for America.
Okay. So that's great. God, I hope he wins. Oh my God, please, I hope he wins. Sweet Jesus Christ. Please, Jesus. Please, Jesus. All right. Let's see here. What else we have to watch, guys? I have some other things I could show you. I have some things pulled up here. Let me look at. Well, actually, let me look at what we have in reactions. I saw some great reactions earlier. Let me take a look here. Okay, I'll watch your thing, Jonas, real fast, just because I think it's.
There are more people that have $10 million in net
Why are you making me watch Hassan? Okay, fine.
worth in the United States of America than there are people who can bench 225. Push.
Thanks, buddy.
Jonas, this is evil, and this makes me feel deeply uncomfortable because I shouldn't be watching this on stream. I should be watching this in a private space, okay?
1, 2, 3. I got it.
Come on.
315 for 1. 315, Habibi.
That was good. That was really good. That was very impressive. That was very impressive.
Okay.
Well, you gotta pull them up.
Here,
Give the people what they want. Come on.
I'm trying. It's not that kind of show, man. It's not that kind of
LaCroix, shh, it was a joke. I didn't know I would be watching it on
show.
Come on.
I don't know if I should thank or yell at Jonas.
You want me for my policy, man.
This is a good little break, so I can calm down.
No matter who, it's just a fear. We need you to vote left. Do it for Carville. Do it for Fetterman. That's how you be a better man. The center is the only place for you and me.
Hilarious. That is really fucking funny. That is really fucking funny. Okay. All right. That was really fucking good. Did you write that whole thing? That was fantastic. Okay. That is a joke, by the way, folks. There is no center. There's only right-wing capitalist corporatists, and then there are left-wing people. Okay, so can we stop going with the capitalist corporatists? Okay, whether they be fascists or not fascists, they're just like neolibs. All right. So obviously, we all are not going to go for that. But all right. Back to the video. Excuse me, I'm trying to watch this video.
You've been in the gym your whole life. I've been in the gym my whole life. There's never been a moment where I've seen someone put up weight and I've been like, F that guy.
Yeah.
That's not
the culture. That's not what we're going for.
That's what weak, insecure people do.
Yeah. Look, you just got to get all the way to the stretch. So I started bench pressing, for example. Now I don't use a straight bar anymore. I have a cambered bar at home.
Yeah, Louise, it's very educational, right?
So I can come even lower, right? Because that's where the stretch happens. There you go. Nice.
Okay,
Dr. Abdul Sayed.
We don't need to see this shit. This is
Getting a lift in.
Okay, this is inappropriate for stream. And rightfully, I reject this. This is rude. I don't appreciate it. How dare you, Jonas? I'm very mad at you, and I'll never forgive you for this crime. Anyway, so let's see here. Dion, well, maybe there is a bit more, maybe Dion, you said, what did you say, Dion, to do? Maybe there is a bit more than those two, but approximately yes. I'm sorry, Dion, in reference to what? In reference to what? All right. LaCroix sounds like CR condemns Hassan. No, LaCroix, don't you start with me. Don't you start with me, LaCroix. Rude. Rude. Okay. I never said that. I never said I condemn Hassan. Okay. I hate all of you. Anyway, that was nice. That was nice. Okay, in reference to saying they're only conservative, pro-capitalist, and left-wing people. Oh no, I know, Dion. Listen. I have much more nuance than that. Okay, I'm just saying that like the center is not really is meant to fuck you over. Is what I mean to say. Okay, because especially at this point in America, the center is what gave us Donald Trump. The center, year after year after year, made people disenchanted with the economy and the government and pushed people to be radicalized towards fascism, just like in Weimar Germany. And so the center is a lie and is a trick. Okay. So yeah, I was just very much simplifying it. Okay. Very much simplifying it. All right. So these folks obviously are not completely far left. They are still 100%, Dion. Exactly the same here, Dion. The center did give you guys 30% neo-Nazis in Germany. The center gave us 40 to 30% MAGA in the United States. All right. Which is why, and I've said this before, Dion, there's this idea that Trump is the problem in this country. Okay. Unfortunately, Trump is a symptom of a problem. We need to not only get rid of Donald Trump, we need to make major fucking changes in this country because what came before Trump created Trump. So if we go back to that, that's a big fucking problem. So we need to we need to go way to the left. We need major fucking changes in order to prevent another Trump after he's out of office, if he ever leaves office at that point. Okay. So anyway. All right. So just it's a big fucking mistake. The problem is education and exactly, Dion. It's the fact that the capitalist core of these countries is what results in fascism. And actually, Dion, I've talked about this 1,000 times before. That's actually at the end of every stream. I say that like the system has failed. Capitalism has essentially broken the economic and political system, or has broken the system. And so people turn to more radical ends. And that's where fascism comes about. Anyway, okay. Invalid axiom. You forget though, CR. In America, every problem is someone else's actually. Yeah, I know, right? Right. That's scapegoating. That's literally what fascists do. You're suffering. A country is having a lot of issues. People are suffering. Instead of pointing the finger at where the real blame is, which are the elites and the people who have all the power in the society, they point it at some ethnic minority or some religious minority or some sexual minority or some other country. Okay, and that's what fascists do. You know, the German people weren't suffering in Weimar because the capitalist class was exploiting them and getting rich while they were all poor. No. It's the Jews, it's the gays, it's the Roma. Donald Trump, the people in America are suffering. Prices are high. You can't afford college anymore. There's no health care. The reason is migrants, not Elon Musk, not all these big wealthy pieces of shit that control everything. Okay, it's Elon Musk. I mean, it's the migrants. So that is, yeah. All right. Let me see here, folks. I'm trying to find something. Sorry, guys. I'm just looking at something for a second. All right. Okay. All right, guys. Sorry, I was just checking something real fast. All right. Anyway, what, Matt Sai guy? Stop it, Matt Sai guy. What? I didn't do anything. All right, moving on. So, let's go on here. So, what else do we have to do here? Dion, it's migrants, not the system that actually. Yes, well, exactly, Dion. That's in Germany today. They're also blaming migrants. The far right is blaming migrants instead of the system. Correct. Same thing in the United States. That's always how. That is always, Dion, how this works. The fascists will blame some minority group as a same in the UK, okay? And right now, migrants are the targets. In Weimar, Germany, it was Jews, it was other groups of people. In America, it's trans people, it's migrants. It happens the same everywhere. Capitalism reaches a crisis. The right wing, partially being funded by the people who should be blamed, pushes for a scapegoating explanation to distract from what's actually happening. That is exactly what's happening in that's how fascism comes about, okay? All right. So let's go on here, guys. So that was Abdul al-Sayed talking. Oh my God. Okay, let's watch one of this. Will just be brief.
This video.
This is brief. You know, we'll watch the Hassan Piker interview after this, Louise. Or we'll watch Louise sent us a few good ones. Let's just watch one of Jay Williams because we haven't watched one of Jay Williams' amazing videos yet. Okay. Of course, Dion, absolutely. Matt Saigai, stop talking about it. I didn't mention this. Okay, anyway. Talk to me on Discord, Matt Saigai, all right? So, no, Dion, literally, Dion, you should be I'm glad you're in this community because that's what I'm always yapping about. The reason I'm not yapping about it now is because I don't want to bore people. Because isn't it true, folks, that I'm always talking about why the fascists came to power and how the center screws everyone over and stuff? So it's no offense to you, Dion, but you're absolutely right, okay? You belong in here, Dion. I'm not saying that to be selfish, literally. Okay, okay, let's go on. So this is sent to us by Jay Williams. This will be a fun one. Okay, this will be a fun one. Jay Williams always sends us the worst, most terrifying shit. Okay? With love, Jay Williams. So this one is called No First Aid Training, No Problem. No First Aid Training, No Problem. And I don't know what it's going to be. It's going to be horrible. All right? It's gonna be horrible. Yeah, sure, Philly Cheese. Listen, I'll see what I can do, Philly Cheese. I'm cheat. Okay. Hello, Plant Sunshine. So glad you're here. How dare you, Doug? Okay, let's watch this.
Tape is about first aid and emergency care for infants and children. In each instance, it is important that you seek medical attention. However, this kind of
Is Pet Gone Bad here? This is Pet Gone Bad's favorite segment.
Care is not always available immediately. No one in this videotape has had any formal medical training. We hope you'll never have to use the skills learned in this tape, but if you do, we're glad that we could help. Choking is ranked the 6th cause of accidental death in the United States. Death can result in 4 minutes if aid is not.
This actress is terrible. This little girl actress is absolutely terrible. She needs to go back to her school and learn how to be an actress. This is ridiculous. Work harder.
Given. First,
I'm just kidding. I like pissing you all off because whenever I criticize a child's acting, you all lose your minds.
Roll the child onto his back, then shake.
Oh, it's a he? Oopsie, I misgendered the child.
The child and call his name. Any seriously injured child should be treated for shock.
What? What? I'm sorry. I'm very confused. That is not what you should do if a child is choking, okay? You shouldn't just pick them up and throw them over your shoulder. What? Are they going to tell us what to do next? Is there a part 2? Okay, yeah, don't worry. Don't let the child choke on the ground. Let the child choke over your shoulder. Okay,
Lay the child down. Cover the child lightly with a blanket to prevent loss of body heat. Apply butter if the child is conscious and not vomiting.
Terrible actor. Terrible actor. Looks like he's dead. Exactly, right, Dion? Like
there seems to be a magnetic attraction between small children and electrical cords and
What was that? What was that teaching us? What was that teaching us?
Outlets. Stand on something dry, such as a blanket, a towel, or a rubber mat. Flush the area with water. You can use a shower, a garden hose, or a bucket of water.
Whoa. I'm sorry. What does flushing the area with water have to do with an outlet? Now you're going to electrocute the child even more. What? I'm so confused. Wait a minute. Can I go back? No, Plant Sunshine. This is a real video from like the 80s or 90s. We just like randomly watching old videos.
A garden hose or a bucket.
No, it's not satire, guys.
Flush
These are
the
real videos from like the 80s and 90s.
Area with water.
Flush the area with
or a rubber mat. Flush the area with water. You can use
Okay, I'm going to go back.
magnetic attraction between small children and electrical cords and outlets. Stand on something dry, such as a blanket, a towel, or a rubber mat. Flush the area with water. You can use a shower, a garden hose, or a bucket of water.
What?
Seizures can be very frightening.
Yeah, I guess electrocute them so that I don't. What the fuck is that?
And though brief,
by the way, that's clearly not a seizure. I've seen several seizures in my lifetime as a teacher. That is not what a seizure looks like. This child is a terrible actor.
may seem to last for hours.
That's not a seizure.
But stay calm. What you do can help prevent the child from further injury.
Okay, someone, where's the fucking director? Someone give this kid some tips on how to act. That's not. That is not how a fucking seizure works. You don't roll back and forth like an idiot on the ground. Okay.
With a wooden pole, give her 4 rapid, forceful blows between the nipples. This is okay.
It's a
Take the child to a medical facility for further evaluation.
Okay, maybe this is satire. Like, maybe this is actually satire. This might actually be satire.
If a limb is severed from the body, what you do could save the limb. Stay calm, but act quickly. Control the bleeding with direct pressure or...
Okay, guys, all right. A little bit of advice here. I am actually literally trained in first aid, okay? First aid and CPR. So I literally am. I'm literally trained in first aid. Okay. If you lose like a limb or like you'd good in Validism, if you lose like a limb or a finger or something, yeah, try to retrieve it and then obviously protect the wound and take the person to the hospital or call an ambulance, right? If you do, take a limb or something to a hospital, try to keep it cold if you can. If it's a finger, drop it into a glass of cold water or milk or something. Pack it in ice, do something like that. And it's likely they'll be able to they'll put the finger back on. Limbs are a bit harder than that, but like you can still try to bring it. No, Lacroix, what do you mean? That's what you do with a limb. There are other first steps, Lacroix. I'm not doing first aid training. I'm just talking about what you do with a limb or a finger if you're taking it to a hospital. I'm not giving fucking medical advice on how to do this, okay?
with a tourniquet. Treat the child for shock.
Yeah.
Place the amputated limb in a clean cloth and put it in a plastic bag.
Yeah. You don't have to do the plastic bag part.
Wrap the plastic bag in towels and place it in a container of ice.
Whatever, whoever it was, Lacroix-Bois. Loiseau, Lacroix-Bois. All right.
Do not put the severed...
I said that, Loiseau. I said try and stop the bleeding. Put something on the fucking bleeding. Jesus Christ, Loiseau.
...limb in 7-Up or Gatorade.
No, don't put it in 7-Up. Don't put it in 7-Up or Gatorade. Why do you need to do that? You can do milk. You can do water. You don't need to do fucking 7-Up or Gatorade. Why? I said that! Okay, you know what, Loiseau? It doesn't matter. It also doesn't matter, Loiseau, because I'm not teaching about first aid. I'm just saying that that's what you do with a limb. God.
With the child to the nearest emergency facility for further treatment. We hope, as you do, that your child will never require emergency first aid. However, it is our sincere hope that after viewing this videotape, you will feel more secure and have the basic skills and knowledge necessary to save a life, should the need arise.
Okay, well, thank you. Yay, that was good. Cute. That was, I don't know what the fuck we just learned there. I guess we're going to electrocute kids or something. You know, Anyway, oh yes, I'm sorry. I was trying to tell a story until Lois so rudely interrupted me. I wanted to point out that, so what you're supposed to do with like a limb or a finger is like put it in something cold or keep it cold and bring it in. All right. This actually happened once at didn't happen when I was there, but at one of the schools I was at, there was a teacher who cut off their own finger. It's a long story. They had one of those chopping things for paper and they weren't paying attention and they cut off one of their fingers. Okay, let's work with me on this. And another fucking teacher who was a science teacher who didn't actually know first aid thought that what you need to do with a fucking finger that gets cut off is you need to keep it warm when you bring it to the fucking hospital, because you need to keep it warm so that the blood is still moving around in it and shit. That is not how you do that. In any case, do you know what this fucking science teacher did to keep it warm? Like, and to this day, after I heard this story, I didn't believe it. And then someone verified it for me. Someone verified it. Okay? They put the fucking finger in their mouth to keep it warm. Now, why the fuck would you do that? That is just really fucking stupid. There are a lot of fucking germs in a person's mouth, for one thing. And you don't want to keep that shit warm. Now, weirdly enough, folks, and I know it sounds crazy, but it happened. I got verification. There were teachers that were there neither of those teachers were still there when I worked there, but there were teachers there that had worked there. There were teachers there that worked there that had seen it happen. Okay, anyway, now, luckily, they were able to put the finger back on this person. And they were able to save the finger regardless. But what the fuck? But like, apparently the nurses and doctors like were yelling at this teacher and like, what are you thinking? That was like the worst possible thing you could have done. Anyway, luckily, apparently that teacher had a very clean mouth because there was no infection that broke out. But Jesus Christ, okay, why do you do? So don't do that. Keep the fucking thing cold. All right? Keep it cold. All right. So we'll go on here. Let's watch one more of these. Okay, these are kind of funny, obviously. And then we'll find... So these are sent to us by Jay Williams, of course. We'll do one more Jay Williams video since we haven't done many recently. And I know Jonas, after torturing me with that video of Hassan and, Abdul Daddy, well, probably want to see them. Okay, so let's see here. This is... What the fuck is this? Oh, no. Oh, no. These all look terrible. These all look so terrible. These all look so terrible, Jay Williams. Oh, no. Stop. Stop. Okay, we'll watch this. I don't know what this is, but it looks terrible. Okay. You know what? Let's do a different one. That one looks kind of... I feel bad. I feel bad about that one. I don't know what this one is. We'll find this one. I feel like the guy is trying but failing to sing. So what is this? This is called My Name is John. That is not true, folks. I have not watched any of these. Okay, I didn't watch any of these yesterday. All of you have to calm the fuck down, okay? All of you have to calm the fuck down. This one is called My Name is John Darker, the original. You know what? I'm going to watch it now just to torture you motherfuckers. Okay? Fuck all of you. This is my fucking stream. I can watch whatever the fuck I want. I can watch a kid losing a fucking limb. I can watch a kid being electrocuted. I can do whatever the fuck I want. I love you all. Let's continue, right? This one is called My Name is John Darker. I don't know what it's about.
For your friends and my friends and my friends and your friends, so when we get together, happier we'll be.
Diction! Speak up! Sing louder! Jesus Christ. Why, like, that last kid couldn't act worth shit, and this woman can't sing worth shit. Jesus, get a voice coach. Oh, my God. You sound fucking annoying. Okay, sorry, I'm bad.
This has been a nice time for me. This year, I have made 55 years teaching in this town.
And for the students on this show tonight, go to the First United Methodist Church. That includes me. I go to First United Methodist Church. Reverend Jones, Bill Jones, opened our show last time, and he's not here tonight. So John Dacre's here, Bob Spencer,
Oh, it's a church.
Michelle
That explains
Casey, and
it.
I all
That
go to
explains
First
it.
United Methodist Church. So John is going to sing a song that's very popular nowadays, and it's Christ the Lord is risen today, and he's going to do.
Christ the Lord is risen today. Alleluia. Peace on earth and okay.
Amora too, okay?
Winterlinde.
My name is John Dacre. Lord is risen today. Hallelujah.
I know this one, guys. Love hymns. I know this one.
Of men and angels say hallelujah.
Okay, flat. Your singing is flat.
To your voice in triumph's high. Hallelujah.
Stop. You're killing me. This is death. That's it. I can't. All right. Okay. Everyone here needs to convert to Islam. Like, I'm okay with you being religious, but you're not allowed to. You don't be Christian. You can't sing the Christian hymns. Join a religion that doesn't sing as much. Okay. I don't know. Does Islam sing? It probably does a little bit. I don't fucking know. Join a religion that doesn't sing as much. All right. Okay. Are you trying to like pinch off a log, or are you trying to sing?
When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's amore. It's amore. Bells will ring, ting-a-ling-ling, ting-a-ling-ling, as a bell ring.
So I'm sorry, Jonas. I apologize. I didn't mean to make an error comment about Islam. I think you know my point, right? I'm just saying he needs to join a religion that doesn't have like hymns. Okay, let's put it that way. So please don't join Islam. Join a religion or become an atheist that doesn't sing. Okay. Let's see here. He is authentic, Winterlinde. That is true. Guys, I hope you all know I'm a big fucking asshole. I don't actually mean this. It's just it's fine, right? He probably doesn't exist anymore. Or if he does, okay. I'm not, it's fine. Oh, he died of cancer in 2022. You know what? Never mind.
You're in love.
You're in love. Okay, wow.
When you know that you're...
There's, guys, I want to make so many bad jokes. I will stop, though. Okay?
It's amore to me, but you see, back in old Napoli, that's amore.
Yes, you did. You did, Sal Williams. Sal, I bet you can sing better than this guy, okay? You know what? He did a whole album. This is awful. He does look constipated. Listen, you need to learn to control your emotions. Peck on bed, no, I refuse. That was terrible. Oh, my God. Jesus. Did he break every window within 5 miles of that building? Christ. Ugh. That was absolutely terrible. Absolutely terrible. That was horrific. All right? Okay, whatever. Fuck that. Screw you, Jay Williams. Screw everyone here who judged me for my judgment of that terrible singing. Okay, let's see what else we have here. All right. Ooh, this looks fun. This was sent to us by Jonas.
This is a map.
Okay, so bad it broke. Yeah, exactly. That was like, there was like a window in Württemberg that fucking broke because of that. Okay, I don't know where you are, Dion, but you get my point. Jonas. Oh, no, you're right, Jonas. The Muslims do sing. They actually will read out verses of the Quran. I was just trying to think of another major religion, and I'm like, I don't know, Islam. I wasn't trying to be like racist or anything or like Islamophobic. I'm just, okay. I'm just saying he needs to not go be at that church singing. Go somewhere where you're not going to be singing, okay? Okay. Let's see here. Okay. This was sent to us by Jonas. I know, Dion. Whatever. I hate all of you. I hate you, Dion. I hate everyone in the chat. You all keep defying me just because I can't think clearly. Fuck all of you. Okay, let's go. Yes, you are in the Ruhr. My apologies. So we'll watch this. This was sent to us by, okay, Peck on Bad says, I have zero proof, but I'm 100% positive that Sam is a secret vampire. Maybe. Maybe. That's very possible. I could make a joke about that I won't make. Okay, because all the jokes I want to make now are inappropriate or evil, and I don't want to make those jokes. There are many jokes I wanted to make about that last guy. Okay, yeah, exactly, Dion. You're not in the river. I got it. Okay. Anyway, we'll go on here. This was sent to us by Jonas. This is called Why the U.S. South is Insanely Religious. And then don't worry, Drusilla, we will send the funny one too. Okay, we will watch your funny one after this. But, I also want to make rude jokes about this, but we'll watch this first, okay?
Showing the percentage of adults who are highly religious per state. Looking at it, you'll notice this southern region over here is much more distinct.
That is part of it, Dion. That is part of it. There are other reasons, too, that I will get into. We'll see what he says. Education is part of it. Poverty is part of it, which is linked in with education, Dion. Yeah.
Than the rest. In fact, it's so distinct, it even has its own name. The Bible Belt. Protestant Christianity plays a strong role in society here, and church attendance across the denominations is much higher than the nation's average. But why is that? Why is this part of America so much more religious?
Guys, I'm right here. I'm right here in Ohio. The best fucking state in the union. Look at this shit. Okay? The best fucking state in the union. Nah, Sam's a teacher at Winterhold. How dare you, Ox? Actually, that is kind of, I appreciate that. Drusilla, thank you, Sam. You're my second favorite teacher. Go fuck yourself, Drusilla. Go fuck yourself. All right? What'd you say? Hello, Thelonious Dunk. Casually defund education. Right, okay. God.
Than the rest. I mean, New England was literally founded by Puritans who thought Europe was too godless, and is now the most atheistic region.
The United States was founded by a far right-wing Christian death cult that were very fundamentalist and homogeneous and exclusionary. Isn't that fun?
In the
kind
Union.
of explains some, doesn't it?
So what's happened? Well, to understand this religious flip-flop and the intensity
partially, not totally, but partially,
of it in the South, we need to go all the way back to the beginning. And I mean back to the literal founding of the 13 colonies themselves, with the first one being Jamestown, Virginia in 1607.
There you go, Thelonious. I can add more to that. Slave-owning, genociding colonizers. Now, it depends on where you were. They were all genocidal colonizers. There weren't as many slaves in the North, but there were still some, okay, to be clear, folks. So, but there were like the North, like the southern states were founded by a bunch of minor nobles who wanted to get rich off cash crops. In the North, there were more religious kind of people that were there. Le Quabois, like they were doing a lot of the prosecuting and stuff like that. So there were different people. There are different people across that founded different parts of the 13 colonies, but they were all violent colonists. That's for sure. There was different levels of religiosity. Okay. Whatever your name is, Lois, so I don't fucking know. You all look the same to me. Okay, Sammy Lammy said, you are my favorite current teacher and tie for first place with 2 others. Although I did love the professor I had last semester. Hello, Sammy Lammy. I hope your trip has been going well around the EU. You're the best, okay? Good luck with your masters. I read your message. Glad to see you here. Okay, let's go on. So why is the South
Like with
so
many
fucking
other
religious?
European powers at the time, economic reasons were the best way to sum up the motivations for colonization. And the
Yes.
British colonizing
Thank you.
North America was no different. So people were sent to live in this area to establish a British settlement here. And since they came from England, where the Church of England, aka the Anglican Church, was the official state religion, the people who made up this region were mostly Anglican. The thing is, though, the Church of England at this point in time had only been separated by the Roman Catholic Church and turned into a Protestant Anglican country since 1534.
Yeah, Luke.
And even then, there were some
exactly.
brief restorations of Catholicism, like under the reign of Queen Mary I from 1553 to 1558. So the point I'm trying to make is, even though the Church of
I
England...
hate all of you, Oxpecker. I swear to God, Oxpecker. I can see him getting sick with sanguinis vampiris. Oh my God, I love the reference. And going straight to Morthal for prescription medication. That is so true, Oxpecker.
England was technically Anglican, there were still many retained elements of Catholicism in it.
Yes.
And this is where the Puritan movement became a thing, because they were a group of people who wanted to purify the church from what they viewed as Catholic practices, and to implement a more rigorous form of worship and church governance.
Yes.
But the thing is, their efforts and beliefs caused tension and persecution, causing them to flee the country.
It went both ways. They were persecuted, but they were also doing some persecuting, okay? They were not great people.
And to create a society in the manner they
pray harder, sweaty, right, the ponder
believed God truly intended it to be designed. So from 1620 to 1640, there was a Puritan migration to the New England colonies of British America, with as many as 20,000 of them making the trip over, mostly in families as opposed to isolated individuals, and establishing the now Plymouth colony, the second permanent English colony in America after Jamestown.
They were somewhat, Loiso. Now, it depends on how you define it, but they were somewhat persecuted. They were not... The people didn't take well to getting yelled at. Let's put it that way. That's not... So, you see what I mean? I guess you could say they're persecuted, but it's also kind of like, well, what do you expect to happen if you're going to be screaming at people and, doing a bunch of shit? Exactly, Loiso, but I'm half joking here, Loiso. Do you get my point? If you're screaming that everything needs to be purified and you're all a bunch of fuck, you're gonna... Okay, you see what I mean? Yes, Loiso, beaten also, but you get my... I'm making a joke here, okay? People responded by persecuting them because they were assholes.
So at this point in time, there was basically a religious divide between Puritanism in the north and the Anglicans in the south. This was reflected in their living too, with the Puritans establishing a society deeply rooted in their faith, with strict moral codes and a focus on community worship. The Puritans' influence was so profound that it permeated nearly every aspect of life.
So, Jonas, that is an excellent question. Jonas says, were the colonists racist because the natives weren't Christian, or was racism ingrained culturally prior to that? This is a complex question, Jonas. Fundamentally, the racism wasn't the same then as it is now. Let me explain what I mean by that. There was sort of a main religious component to this. For example, early on, slavery was based off religion instead of race. But this evolved over time to have a major racial component. So at first, it was more of a religious thing. But then, if you converted and you became culturally, I guess, English or whatever, you had a better chance. But over time, there definitely became an us versus them based off skin color happening. And in either case, as you know, it was still genocidal. So even if race wasn't the foundation of it at the beginning, it definitely, exactly, Thelonious Dunk, it definitely became a more, exactly, it ended up devolving into racial supremacy. So, yeah, okay. All right.
Life in New England, from governance to daily routines. Meanwhile, in the South, and it's not to say they weren't religious at all, because they certainly were, but their motivation for...
Yes, Jonas. And I remember, so Jonas says, so they gradually made the link between color and religion because most successful people were white. Yes. And they started to have an issue because, for example, if you have an enslaved person that you've converted to Christianity, for a lot of folks, that would mean, well, if they've converted, then why are they still a slave? So now what are you going to do? Well, you're going to say, well, it doesn't matter if they convert. They are black. They are fundamentally servile and cannot gain freedom through conversion. So, there was also a sort of... That was a loophole that could be used to free enslaved people that slave owners didn't like too much. This is a very complicated topic. Maybe I'll do a stream on the evolution of racism in America, okay, in the colonies, because this is still debated by historians a lot. Thelonious Dunk, going into these hills. Also, one other thing, racism also, yes, Jay Williams, racism was also kind of promoted amongst the planter class in a way to prevent cooperation, the cooperation between poor whites, poor indentured servant whites and landless whites, and enslaved black people. We actually did a presentation on that once. The first time you start to see skin color being used in the legal code was an effort to racialize slavery so that black and white folks would not work together against the owning class, because there was a rebellion of black and white folks against the owning class that was put down, and they wanted to prevent any more collusion between these two classes. Now that's in one state, but there's a lot that goes into this, okay?
The settlement was largely economic from the start, focused on agriculture, trade, and that sort of stuff. The establishment of the Anglican Church in these colonies was part of replicating English societal structures and maintaining loyalty to the crown. There were also a mix of other denominations among settlers too, meaning that there was no one central religious identity that held all the power. So as a result, the societal structure in southern states like Virginia were more hierarchical and less centered around religion compared to the Puritan North. Then things started to change. You see, while the original Puritan settlers were this very religious bunch, as time passed, the second and third generations of settlers, who were born in the New World, didn't always share the same intensity of religious conviction or the sense of urgency that drove their ancestors.
Yeah.
Some even started to become disinterested in it for all the adherence it required. And as the colony began to develop more, economic prosperity started to take precedence over religious matters for many people. The once religiously unified society also started to see a migration of people with different backgrounds and beliefs over time, diluting the Puritan influence and their ability to enforce religious conformity. It was these things that led to the rise of secularism in New England. Now, you may be thinking, wouldn't the South be affected by these things too?
It's a shame that Bloody Mary didn't kill all of them. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that. It's a shame Bloody Mary wasn't able to kill more of them. Oopsie, I said it. Whoopsie.
And you'd be right. It did. But ironically, being less religiously intense actually helped preserve Christianity there. Let me explain. Because the South was less homogeneously religious, it meant that over time evolved a form of Christianity that was more intertwined with everyday life and less rigid than Puritanism, allowing for a more flexible adaptation of religious practices to changing social conditions. This helped sustain its influence, leading religion in the South to become a part of the cultural identity, beyond just theological obedience. Along with this, there was also a geographical factor at play. While both regions started off with
I also
agriculture.
want to point out, guys, I don't know if he's going to mention it, Christian beliefs were used as a form of social control of slaves, very much so. That's the weird thing about Christianity, is that it was used both as a form of resistance and as a form of controlling enslaved people. So a lot of times the Bible was taught to slaves to reinforce social control. So like enslaved people, you know, the parts of the Bible that are like, listen to your masters, lots of times slave owners are, would tell the enslaved people that you're going to go to heaven. So yeah, you're suffering a bunch now, but don't worry, you have a paradise afterwards. And as long as you act well as a slave, now you'll go to heaven. Exactly, Lois. So it's almost like the Bible says anything you want it to say. Exactly. Okay. So like, there was a lot of religiosity. And by the way, oftentimes enslaved people, the only free time they would have was when they were in church to be around each other and stuff. So churches became sort of centers of resistance because it's where enslaved people could actually meet and discuss things, but they also became centers of social control. So anyway, okay.
As the main business.
Yes, partially, Drusilla, partially, yes.
Geography and climate of New England is less conducive to large-scale agriculture than those of the South. New England has rocky soil, a relatively rugged terrain, and a shorter growing season, making large-scale farming more challenging. In contrast, the South has more fertile soil and a longer growing season, which supports large plantations. This meant that New England's economy...
Of course, we should mention that they're not even mentioning the fact that there were Native Americans there. I get that's not the point of this video, but, you know.
...economy diversified early on. Fishing,
exactly, Jonas. Nat Turner was taught to read so he could reinforce the pro-slavery aspects of the Bible, right?
Building and trade were significant economic activities.
Yeah, Thelonious, the Bible is garbage, okay?
Alongside farming. The region's abundant water power from its rivers was also a key factor in its early industrialization. New England became a center for manufacturing, with industries like textiles and clockmaking growing rapidly from the end of the 18th century. And this industrial growth spurred urban development as people moved to cities for factory jobs.
Yep.
So while the South did care about their economy, obviously, they were and have been able to maintain a more agricultural focus, having been initially based on cash crops like tobacco, cotton, and
slave
rice,
labor.
which relied heavily on
It's not the same thing to say you're based off cash crops and you have like free farmers. It was enslaved labor operating here. Okay.
slave labor.
There we go.
Slave
Okay,
labor
whoops.
on
I should have
vast
listened.
tracts of land owned by the planter.
And this agricultural focus created a much different economic trajectory compared to the North's industrialization, with theirs starting much later, particularly after the Civil War. Obviously, the impact on religion of this was also key. The more rural and agricultural nature of much of the South for a longer period helped maintain a traditional, community-centered way of life, where the church played a significant role. Whereas the industrialization, and hence urbanization of the North, led to the growth of public education, which often led to increased exposure to diverse viewpoints and a
There you go, Dion. You said it. Dion called it.
greater emphasis on secularism. Now, I realize I basically just time jumped from the beginning and development of these 13 colonies to the end of the Civil War. But it was also everything that happened between these two time periods that heavily contributed to making the US South much more religious than the North. Simply put, the Great Awakening, a series of religious rivals. Now, like I said before, the South was affected by the same things as the North, just to a lesser degree due to the reasons mentioned above. So religion wasn't in a great place across all the colonies. A lot of this was due to the rise of the Age of Enlightenment, an intellectual and philosophical
Thank you, Matt Saigai. Thank you, Matt Saigai, for the 400 bits. Really, I deeply appreciate it.
movement that occurred.
Thank you, Matt Saigai. I think is that one of the first donations we've gotten today? Well, it's not the first one, but thank you very much, Matt Saigai.
In Europe from the end of the 17th.
I'm sorry, I missed this, guys. I'm going to go back a little bit. I was too busy reading the chat.
Now, like I said before, the South was affected by the same things as the North, just
thank you, Matt Saigai, for the kiss. Thank you.
to a lesser degree due to the reasons mentioned above.
Okay.
So religion wasn't in a great place across all the colonies. A lot of this was due to the rise of the Age of Enlightenment, an intellectual and philosophical movement that occurred in Europe from the end of the 17th century.
Yep.
Enlightenment thinkers wanted to improve human conditions on Earth rather than concern themselves with religion and the afterlife.
Yes.
These thinkers valued reason, science, religious freedom, and what they called natural rights: life, liberty, and property. Naturally,
Now, this is true. So obviously there was something called the Enlightenment, which was sort of major shift in values and ways of thinking and stuff. We have to understand, guys, there was an economic basis for this. It's a lot easier to sit around thinking if you have people working for you, enslaving for you, and you're rich because you've looted territory and you have a bunch of resources that you've stolen from native peoples. It gives you a lot of time to sit around and think. Okay? That side guy. Yeah, and the property part, because, of course, Jefferson changed.
You gotta give him that huck too and spit on that thing. You get me?
God, Matt Saigai. Thank you, Matt Saigai. Jesus. Yeah, so Thelonious said fun, which was a smidgen different from life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. Yeah. Okay. And so Jefferson changed property to pursuit of happiness for a number of reasons, but okay. You have to understand too, well, okay. There were the Enlightenment was, I think there were a lot of good parts of the Enlightenment, but it also was deeply flawed and hypocritical in like 1,000 different ways. All right. I know, right? Isn't this great? Outer Signal trying to talk about like chattel slavery and shit, and this is okay. No, but Thelonious, you're right. I like the Enlightenment was, guys, the Enlightenment thinkers, a lot of them were pro-colonialism. A lot of them were slave owners. Okay, exactly, Thelonious. Enlightenment for me, but not for thee. Okay. Now, there were like other there were some Enlightenment thinkers, like for example, Thomas Paine, who did not believe in did not believe in these, were not horrible human beings, but most of them were. Okay, so to be clear, a lot of times we forget that this was these benefits are really only handed out to like some really in a racialized way. Now then, some of these ideals of the Enlightenment, though, did end up being used by oppressed people and radicalize them into change or radicalize them into revolution. We can talk about the Haitian Revolution, which was largely inspired by Enlightenment thinkers, okay? Or was largely inspired by the Enlightenment. But it should be noted still, though, that, again, the Enlightenment was definitely left out a large chunk of the world. Okay, so anyway, just a note there. Yeah, like-minded people such as us, right? Our three fingers weren't popular like-minded people such as us. Yes. Yeah, okay.
The Enlightenment movement made its
wait, Thelonious Dunk, where are you from? You don't have to tell me. I think you've told me before.
way across the Atlantic too, to the 13 colonies. In many ways, religion was becoming more formal and less personal during this time, which led to lower church attendance. Churches couldn't keep up with population growth. Christians were feeling complacent with their methods of worship, and some would
Oh, you're in Georgia. So you're in Georgia the state, I'm guessing, right?
disillusioned with how wealth and rationalism were dominating culture. The colonies were still deeply religiously divided at this point too, with the Puritans in the north, the Anglicans in the south, and the middle colonies basically a mix of everything,
cool,
from
Thelonious,
Quakers
okay.
to Lutherans to Baptists to Presbyterians, and a few other denominations too.
I got the impression because you said, Thelonious, you said, right, our free thinkers weren't as popular. I'm like, I don't know which free thinkers you're talking about, but I got you now. Okay.
This all set the stage for the first
Someone just did something. I don't know. Whoever that was, thank you. I guess I'll find out.
Great Awakening, starting from 1730 to 1755. Though some place the beginning of it as early as 17.
Oh my fucking God. Okay, fine. Do it, folks. Do it.
Mass attack.
Yeah, John Brown was pretty cool. Go ahead, folks. Go ahead. I should note, guys, at the same time. Thank you. Oh my fucking God. I hate all of you. You just why is everyone throwing bras at me? I'm a gay man. Thank you, LaQuab, for the flowers. Thank you. Jonas, I swear to fucking God. I swear to God. Are we done? Are we done? Don't worry, Thelonious. This is called a mass attack, where anyone can throw shit at me for free if you use the oh my fucking God. If you use the extension in the I hate all of you so far. There's shit running down my face. Thank you all. Assholes. I'm trying to have a fucking serious conversation here. And all you motherfuckers are coming. Okay, you know what? Fuck all of you. Fuck all of you. All right, let's go on here. We'll continue.
20, and even the end of it as 1770. In response to these trends, ministers influenced by New England Puritanism, Scots-Irish Presbyterianism, and European Pietism began calling
Israel comes in my dream.
Israel comes in your dream? That's kind of disturbing, Matt Saigai.
for a revival of religion and piety. The blending of these three traditions would produce an evangelical Protestantism that placed greater importance on, quote, seasons of revival or outpourings of the Holy Spirit, and on converted sinners experiencing God's love personally. This movement, sweeping across the colonies, marked a stark departure from the more reserved religious practices of the past.
No, I know, but just how you framed it, Matt Saig, I don't know what you meant. It sounded like you were implying that there was some kind of sexual act happening with Israel in your dreams. I'm not the one that said it, you did.
And it was brought to the forefront by passionate preachers like George Whitefield and Jonathan Edwards.
We're never going to get through this video, I swear to God. Thank you, Peck on Bad. Thank you, Peck on Bad. All right.
George Whitefield, an English minister, traversed the colonies.
Rude, J. Williams.
Captivating immense crowds with his powerful and emotional sermons. He had a unique ability to connect with his audience on a deeply personal level, often moving them to tears or spiritual awakening. Similarly, Jonathan Edwards, a preacher from New England, made a long-lasting, influential impact with his sermon, Sinners in the Hands of an...
Oh my God, guys, sing Sinners in the Hand of an Angry God. You need to read his sermon. It is fucking crazy. It's like, you're all gonna burn for all eternity. God is holding you over the pits of hell, desiring to drop you in. He wants to let you burn. Like, it is horrific. It is terrifying. Okay.
Angry God, emphasizing God's wrath upon believers after death to a very real, horrific, and fiery hell. Edwards' methods of preaching was characterized by vivid imagery and a passionate delivery that appealed directly to the emotions and fears of his listeners. This period of revivalism, driven by such charismatic preaching, was not just about religious teachings. It was an emotional experience that deeply resonated with the masses. Many sources from this time report people falling into trances, being struck down to the ground, or crying uncontrollably. And even though this was at the time during slavery and extreme racism, these preachers made sure to preach to anyone who would listen, breaking the traditional barriers of class and race in religious practice, and of course, spreading.
Kind of. Oh my fucking God, Jay Williams. I hate you so fucking much. I hate you so much. What are the lyrics on this one? Okay, well, we're gonna hear the fucking lyrics. Don't dance, Outer Signal. Christ, we're never gonna get through this fucking video, are we? We're never gonna get through this fucking video. I swear to God. No pun intended. Okay, fuck you, Jay Williams. Fuck you, Jay Williams. Okay? No, I don't want a fucking plantation list. I'm not a fucking sociopath. Jesus Christ. Does it ever end? Or does it just keep going? Okay. Thank you for that, Jay Williams. Thank you for that. I guess that was horrific. All right, let's go on.
Their religion widely. However, this shift towards emotive spirituality was...
Don't you dare say that, Thelonious Dunk. Don't you dare. You Louise Lacroix.
Controversial, leading to significant...
That's it. No one is getting any boops today. No boops for anyone. I'm punishing the whole class for the actions of a few of you.
Divisions within the religious communities. The awakening gave rise to two distinct groups, the Old Lights and the New Lights. And yes, this all relates to the modern-day divide. But basically, the Old Lights, made up of the Puritans, Baptists, and Presbyterians, rejected the revival movement, saying it wasn't true religion, but rather just a theatrical experience. Meaning the New Lights embraced this revivalist movement. They viewed the emotional experiences and passionate preaching as genuine manifestations of divine power and a necessary revival of true Christian faith. As you might have guessed by now, in the North, the Old Light was strong enough to largely maintain their hold.
No!
Meanwhile, in the
Stop! Louise is not permitted to hand out boops. They're not real fucking boops if Louise hands them out. Correct. CR has a monopoly on fucking boops. It is not a CR certified boop. It's not a fucking boop. Okay? Those are counterfeit fucking boops. Those are counterfeit fucking boops. All right?
South, the New Light, aka evangelicism, took off like wildfire. The Baptist and Methodist churches became dominant here. In these churches, there was less reliance on religious authority all the way through. While the Old Light churches thought that extensive education was necessary to interpret the Bible correctly, the New Light ones were more inclined to say that its meaning could be understood by anyone. If you were a farmer back then and felt called to preach and could gather a congregation, then you're already a minister. So there were a lot more Baptist preachers than any other denomination. And the South at this time was very rural, so this idea appealed strongly to people who might...
Only I have a monopoly on boops, Dion. Only I have a monopoly on boops.
...might not have regular access to a church. This, combined with the inclusive message of offering salvation to all regardless of social status and race, resonated deeply in the hierarchical society of the South. These
Oh, Outer Signal, I swear to fucking God, Outer Signal. Stop, you, Outer Signal. You are a menace today. You are an absolute menace. I'll find you, Outer Signal. I swear I'll find you. Anyway.
Denominations grew rapidly in the South, establishing a strong evangelical presence more fully into the daily lives and identities of people across different social classes. In the North, even with the rejection of the movement, its emphasis on personal experience and questioning of authority in religious matters laid early influence for individualism and a questioning attitude in the North, which, combined with the region's focus on education...
Listen. I'm bored with this video. I can't even fucking pay attention to it. So let's watch something else, okay? Yeah, the South is more religious because they're a bunch of lunatics. There, I solved it for you. The South is full of lunatics. I'm just kidding. It's not true. I actually have friends in the South. I'm just saying, let's just, they suck, etc., etc. Okay, not you, Thelonious Dunk, of course. You'll be less you're one of the good ones, Thelonious Dunk. Okay, I'm just kidding. When is the election starting, you moron? Oh, well, I don't feel inclined to answer that, Matt Guy, because of how rude it was framed. The election results will come in at 8 fucking p.m. Okay? So that's what we'll be there for. Okay, we'll be there for that. All right. Matt Guy, rude. You're rude, Matt Guy. Whatever. So we're done with this video. Let's find something better. Okay? We are friends, Matt Guy, but like it's a love-hate relationship, mainly hate. Just kidding. Okay, where the fuck, Druzilla, where's this video you sent me that you claim is like the best video ever, and you've been like crying the whole fucking stream for me to show it to you, for it to show it to everyone? All right, is this it? Okay, fine, we'll watch it. We'll watch Druzilla's cute little video. Okay, no. Dion, we're not talking about boobs, we're talking about boops. So, like, I hand out boops, which are like boops. I boop people as like a compliment. But the chat is, here you go, Dion. You get a boop. Dion gets a boop. Boop. There you go. Dion got a boop. But Dion's the only one getting a boop. All right, that's all it is. It's me going like this. Boop. All right, anyway, let's go on. Yeah, we hate him. I hate you, Louise. Okay. So let's go on here. This is sent to us by Drozilla. It says it's called Norwegian Police Funniest Arrest. Now, admittedly, guys, the Norwegian police are like not like the American police. They're not murdering people all the time. I'm still not a fan of them as police, I'm sure. I'm not a big fan of any police, but we will trust Druzilla, our Norwegian friend, to send us a funny police video from Norway. All right, Oxpecker, stop throwing fucking bras at me! At least make it a jock strap. Anyway, that was rude. I apologize, and I did not say that, and no one clipped that. Okay, let's watch.
Ro deg ned, da. Ikke spark.
Nei, kom i helvete.
Sånn. Nå sitter du sånn som jeg snakket med deg om. Nå sitter du ordentlig.
Ja, ok.
Oppfør deg. Ikke dra på deg noe mer enn nå. Nå skal du inn til oss, og så skal du sove ut rusen.
Ja.
Ikke dra på deg noe.
Jeg har ikke noe rus!
Nei, men
helvete!
Men det får du ikke.
Helvetes broder! Så jakta på meg!
Får du ikke gjort noe med.
Hele forbannet tida!
Ja, men det får du ikke gjort noe med, ikke sant?
Stikk vekk det.
Så jeg prøver å fortelle deg nå at ikke du drar på deg.
Jeg blir så forbannet!
Nå kan du høre.
For i helvete er forbannet!
So fucking pissed.
Ja, får bare bli så forbannet du vil. Bare oppfør deg, du.
Du er litt morsom nå.
Druzilla, it depends. It depends. I might be okay with it.
Hva skjer nå?
Du skal inn til fyllearresten, du.
Har du hørt det før?
Alene?
Ja, du får ikke med deg noen inn der, vet du. Og så skal du få sove.
Får du pikkelen med meg?
Can I get my dick
with
me?
Den henger vel på, håper jeg. Så
Yeah, if it hangs on.
Få med deg det som henger fast i kroppen.
All your body parts can follow with you.
Men faen ikke vent 10 timer når du skal kåle på meg.
Nei, vi skal ikke vente. Vi setter deg i arresten, og så når du er frisk.
Det har vært 2 ganger! Jeg fyller resten! Jeg vil faen ikke ha det!
Det blir 23 nå. Hallo?
I've been in jail 22 times, and this is the 23rd. Why? Just for fucking drinking and like getting drunk?
Hvorfor
What did he do?
Da har faen ikke du noe med! Den forbannet hestkuk!
Jeg hadde jeg ler.
Svarer.
Sånn. Du har temperament.
Ja!
Men du må styre.
Jeg er jo fra Lofoten! Helvete!
Men du må styre temperamentet ditt.
Du, nå sparket du meg.
Å, herregud, er du så pyse?
Nei, men jeg sier
Du
det.
er pyse!
Jeg er ikke pyse.
Du er forbannet pudding.
You're a fucking
Du er
jelly.
pudding!
Er det?
Yeah, if this were the U.S., they probably would have shot him in the face for even being mean to them.
Ja.
Look, they're not even holding him. They're like kind of backed away from him. Like if this were the fucking U.S.
Går det faen inget?
Nei, sånn gjør vi ikke.
Okay, well. This took a dark turn, I guess.
Det jeg ønsker fra deg nå skal det ikke være noe som
I know.
helst
I think they've altered his voice, Oxpecker, to hide his identity. That's what I think has happened. But you're right. It sounds funny.
spark eller sånne ting. Nei. Og det må du love meg.
Ja, jeg lover det. På trua.
I promise. In the name of God.
Kom igjen,
Amen.
Lukas. Peis på.
But what is he getting arrested for? I'm not clear. Was he just being bad in public or
Jeg var på
something?
og så på sidenan for helvete. Må du kjappe deg? Kom igjen, du.
Yeah, they would have beaten him up at this
Kom
point.
igjen. Peis på.
Probably would have choked him on the ground, especially if he was black.
Du ser sjefen. Så inn i helvete, du tar du han. urinert.
Ja.
Jævlig forbanna.
Ja, men det har vi
Public
skjønt.
intoxication? Okay.
Jeg har vært
I didn't
inne
hear that part.
22 ganger.
I've been here 22 times.
Er nødt til å passe på at ikke du oppfører deg sånn at andre mennesker blir skremt og usikre. Fordi
Det er faen ikke en jævel som blir tødd av meg!
Nei, men
No
du er så
fucking
sint at folk blir
Okay,
redd.
but you are so angry that people.
Du
Yes,
står
Matt
jo
Saigai,
her,
I did
du
watch
ler.
it.
Nei, jeg er ikke
I had some big problems with him, Matt Saigai. There were something. Well, I liked a lot of it, but Norman's actually said some things that I'm like, what?
redd. Men jeg er jo
Hva
politiker.
faen er ellers her?
Nei, men her
Nå syns ikke ut her.
Ja, vi er ikke Ja, unnskyld at jeg ler, altså. Men...
What did he say?
Kommer det noen som ikke har det bra?
Now
Nei,
comes
sett deg
someone.
ned. Sett deg ned. Og så må du være stille.
Sit down and be quiet.
Det er andre syke mennesker her, vet du. Det er det. Det kan godt hende. Det er sånn, da. Når du blir så sint, så blir det
It's
problem.
like that. Who are afraid
for
of
sånne.
you?
Fislefine.
Ja, ja.
Fist fine. Oh my God. Okay.
Fistefitte.
Ja, han var jo herlig, vet du.
He was one of a kind. Is this a video? Is this a channel in Norway? Yeah, I no, I
Ja,
agree.
men jeg har lyst til å holde på
Pecker. I
beina.
mean, like for their own, really for their own safety. They need to be kept for their own safety. They're going to get hurt.
For jeg vil ikke at du skal sparke legen.
Hva faen gjør du? Tåler ikke tupp i ræva?
Nei, men det er ikke noe...
Ikke kødde med meg. Hva er det du søker lista i trøya? Det er greit. Stopp med hengepiss.
Du trenger ikke å ta av deg buksa.
You don't need to take
Ja,
your
men
pants
det gjør
off.
det.
I do it anyway.
Se her.
That's it. Alle!
Nå ødelegger du koppen, så vil du ha det bort. Ja, rolig nå. Rolig nå.
He's very drunk.
Ta madrassen her nå, skal du få teppe av meg,
Take
så
the
skal jeg hente en
mattress
ny
and I will
kopp.
get you a blanket and a new cup. This guy needs help, though, to be clear, guys. He needs like some kind of treatment. He may be an alcoholic. If he's been arrested 23 times for this. God. What are they going to say about it? Okay, that's it. Thank you, Drusilla. That was cute. I appreciated it. I appreciated it. Okay.
All
right. Oh my God, please. Oh no. No. What? La 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 la. This one is what the fuck is this? I don't know. Do I want to watch it, Jonas? This is oh my fucking God. You got to kidding me. This popped up next. It's PragerU, Cops Are the Good Guys. Oh my fucking God. Do we have to watch it? Should we watch it, guys? Oh my God. It is only 5. Okay, we'll watch it. It's only 5 minutes. Why not? Give me a second. I'm going to go. I need a fucking ice cream treat if I'm going to torture myself with PragerU. Give me a second. Ugh. And isn't this like one lunatic sheriff? I forget his name. Oh, God damn it. Right, Drusilla. Oh, my God. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm moving slowly because I'm not looking forward. This is going to be painful. Okay. My old nemesis. No peck on Ben. It's an orange creamsicle. Because I'm a fucking child, okay? Now, this is going to, you know, as we got know, guys, PragerU is my old nemesis. PragerU is my old nemesis. I used to do videos about, you know, reacting to their videos on YouTube. God help us all.
39 years, I was a police officer in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Yeah, we watched it yesterday, Oxpecker. We watched your Israel Decepticon video yesterday.
For 15 of those years, I was the sheriff of Milwaukee County. I've done everything you can do as a cop, from walking the beat to investigating murder to running the agency. I've met a lot of cops of every race, ethnicity, and background. Here's
Okay.
what I can tell you. Cops are not perfect. That's not a news flash, but this might be. They don't have to be perfect. They have to be excellent. And most officers
And they're
reach
not.
excellence every single day.
Are you fucking kidding me? He just said that not all of them are perfect, but they have to be excellent, and they're excellent. But you just said they're not. What?
And often under very difficult circumstances, circumstances you can't imagine and wouldn't want to if you could. Perfection is an unattainable goal.
Guys, listen. Listen. Yesterday, I talked about how we have to understand the gun issue that affects the police and shit like that. To be clear, guys, I have watched probably hundreds of police videos. Don't ask me why. In the vast majority of those videos, the police are complete assholes. And they do horrible. And like, so I'm going even a step further here. Like in most of those videos, the police do things that I think are absolutely reprehensible. And some of the things that they do are part of their training because they're trained to be reprehensible. Other things, it's just them having power trips. Like, it is such a flawed fucking institution that to say that they're perfect in any fucking way is lunacy, okay? Like, they don't try to be excellent. And if they are trying to be excellent, then the excellence that they're doing is like Nazi excellence. Like, I am an excellent Nazi kind of deal, okay? Because of how they treat people. So anyway.
Cops are ordinary human beings, like everyone else. Lawyers, surgeons, and baseball players, they make mistakes. But no profession.
Okay. Teachers make mistakes. Unfortunately, the problem with the quote-unquote mistakes that cops make is that they're not held accountable for them, and they are done on a systemic basis and promoted. They're not viewed as mistakes. Oops, you murdered someone who didn't actually have a gun who was black. You get completely off. It was totally justified. You felt threatened. Every mistake that they make, that's the thing. They're not viewed as mistakes. Okay? They're not viewed as mistakes. Okay? Like, it's far different. Like, when teachers make mistakes, they get fired. Okay? They lose pay. Bad things happen. That is not the case with cops. As a matter of fact, the bad things they do are often promoted. So, institutionally, they're so fucked up.
Works harder to correct its mistakes. You can mark social progress by the improvements made by police departments over the last 50 years. Today, police are more professional.
How? How do we know that? We need to see some stats on this. What does that even mean, professional? Professional at doing what?
Better educated and better trained than at any time in their
Yeah, Goebbels had a PhD. That didn't mean he was an angel.
history. You wouldn't know it, though, if you listened to self-serving, self-righteous politicians and activists. And their version of
that didn't tell us anything, though. That didn't tell us anything.
history, the police are the villains of the story, not its heroes. Like everything else this crowd does, they've got it all backwards. The police aren't.
The Quabois. Aurora, Colorado cop just got indicted by a grand jury for killing an unarmed man last year. I know that's outside the norm, unfortunately. Yeah, God. That's very rare. Peck on bad. Make cops sign an Hippocratic oath. They have but there's no legal requirement for them to even protect the public. Okay. Yeah, there you go, Dion. A friend of yours was beaten up by the police for sitting on the street. That's fucking crazy. Okay.
The problem.
Right, Drusilla? Drusilla says she's drowning in all the sources. Great.
The politicians and activists are. The police didn't create the failed urban policies that have locked people.
Okay. Would someone tell me why there's a problem with using the word urban? The Americans in here know exactly what I mean. And the image on the screen mixed with the word urban? Come on. It is often the case in the United States that the word urban is code for black. Okay, I mean, come on. They're even showing it on the screen. So is he implying that it's only in urban areas that there's issue with cops? No, he means the urban problems. He means black people. That's exactly what he means. And the fact that they match it up with this view on the screen shows what he means.
Into generational poverty. The police aren't responsible for fatherless homes, failing schools.
Oh my God. This is just like Ku Klux Klan talking points. Like, oh my fucking God. Oh my fucking God. Okay.
Schools and bad lifestyle choices.
Oh my God. I'm going to lose my mind.
And they sure as hell aren't responsible for the lack of respect shown to police officers. It is this lack of respect for authority, fostered over decades by the progressive left and its fear the police narrative, that has led to the needless deaths of so many young black men.
Right. Right. That's okay. Yeah.
Officer Darren Wilson told Michael Brown to get out of the middle of the street in Ferguson, Missouri. Did Brown comply? No. When officers in...
Wait a minute. So did that meant he deserved to be executed? What the fuck are we talking about? Okay, Cicero Fields. Okay.
Baltimore told Freddie Gray to stop resisting arrest. Did he comply? No.
Why are conservatives such like, I don't know, what's the term? Gimps. They just want to be like abused and mistreated by an authority figure. It's like it turns them on. They're like, no, you must be obedient to all authority figures. You must bow down. Whenever a cop tells you to do something, you do it immediately, or you need to be killed. Like, yeah, that it's so fascist, Outer Signal. That's like what they're implying. Like you deserve to die if you do not get, if you don't immediately comply. All right.
Officers in New York City told Eric Garner to stop resisting arrest. Did he comply? No.
So?
Here's a useful tip. If you want to avoid a bad outcome with a police officer, follow this simple rule. When a cop gives you a lawful command, obey it, even if you disagree. Whatever problem you are experiencing is not going to be settled on the street.
Oh,
People with
yeah,
complaints need to use the process established for that purpose. Though cops don't have the final say, they do in that moment. How you react can be a matter of life or death. But the idea that a law-abiding citizen has to fear the police is a terrible and destructive lie. Let's get some perspective.
Really?
In 2014, 990
Yeah, Dion, the German police are not great. American police are worse, but German police aren't great either. I got to agree with you there. Okay.
people were killed in police use of force incidents.
Yeah, listen, of course. Of course I don't blame people for being scared of the police, especially if they're black or brown, because the police kill over 1,000 people every year. They do. And there are relatively few police deaths. Okay? It's not like the police are dying on a mass scale every year and getting shot and killed. There's pretty few police deaths every year. There's like, what, 60, 70? That's a high estimate of police that die every year in the United States. Now, most of these interactions that occur where civilians get killed, there's a gun involved in about 90% of them. But you're much more likely to be killed if you're black or brown. And we don't really know if it's true that there were actually guns involved in all of those. Okay, I don't trust that number. Why would black people that are disproportionately killed by the cops be afraid of cops, right? Shocking. I don't blame people at all for being afraid of the fucking cops. When I was teaching in Indianapolis, there was this elderly black woman, okay, who she was in her 70s. And she was going back to school because she had never gotten a high school education. She was great. She flirted with me a lot, which was really funny. But anyway, she hated the police. Now, had she ever been attacked by a police officer? No. Had she ever been, like, held at gunpoint? No. But you know what had happened to her? She was sitting in her house, and the police opened up on a suspect, and 20 bullets went in through the side of her house and hit all around her where she was sitting on a fucking couch. So, like, even if the police are not directly targeting you, they don't seem to give a shit about anyone. Like they fire like lunatics. And, you know, you're going to piss a lot of people off and make them afraid if they think you're just shooting wildly. And then, of course, there are people who are actually shot at by police or murdered by police or a family murdered by police. It is, yeah, the acorn cop, right? Oxpecker. So no wonder people are afraid of cops. I'm afraid of cops. I used to not be as afraid of cops because I'm white and I was always told they're on my side. But then after reading too much and reading a lot, I'm scared I'm scared of cops. Okay, and I've actually had a couple bad interactions with them that have solidified that. So anyway, like it's all right.
Does that sound like a lot? Did you know that according to a Johns Hopkins study, that same year medical errors killed 250,000?
Listen, that's not even that's bullshit. There are about over 1,000 police deaths every year. Let me look at the exact number here. Caused by the police. That does not count the number of times police have shot people. The number of times police shoot people a year is much larger than the number of deaths.
No, la policía, no.
La policía. Oh my fucking God. Okay. And the dogs. Let me show you guys some. So let's see here. Number police deaths per year. So there are approximately 100 to 150 law enforcement officers that die in the line of duty. But guys, only about 80% of that is like being killed rather than being, you know, some other natural cause of death. And then the number of people killed per year by police. Of people killed per year by police. Yeah, Dion here. They don't just intimidate us, they will kill us. Okay, our police are massively violent. There we go. So the police on average kill around 1,100 to 1,300 people a year in the United States. And we do not have numbers for the number of bullets that are shot or the number of people that are shot. This is only deaths. Typically, you could imagine between 3 and 5 times more people are shot than are killed by bullets. So you can imagine probably between 3,000 and 5,000 people per year shot by the police that do not die. Okay? So that's crazy. That's crazy. That is a lot of people being murdered every single fucking year in the United States by the police. Which, you know, they're basically an occupying force. What do you expect people to, how do you expect people to feel about them? Where'd the fucking video go? There it is. Okay. My outer signal, my blonde white friend was shaken by an encounter we had in the police in DC, ruined her whole day. Her hanging out with a black guy meant she got completely different interaction than usual. Yeah. Okay. I'll tell you a story, outer signal, all of you. I've had 2 bad interactions with the police. One, I already told you guys about, where I was pulled over for speeding, though I was only going like 5 over. And I pull into a parking lot because I was trying to get out of the way of the traffic after I saw the lights. And the police officer got out of his car, gun drawn, screaming at me, saying he thought you were going to run. You pull over immediately when there's police behind you. And he had his gun pulled on me for a traffic stop for speeding. And it scared the shit out of me. It really scared the shit out of me. I felt like I was about to be killed because this guy was clearly having a bad day and was mad. And I had pulled into this parking lot to make it safer for him and I because it was a busy road with cars going by and there was no place. Okay. So that was one bad experience. The second bad experience I had was I was in Boston and I was the designated driver. And in my car was a Colombian migrant migrant from the Dominican Republic, a Mexican migrant, and there was one more, I think, from Guatemala. Guatemala, Mexico, Dominican Republic, and Colombia. Okay, I know it's weird. I know the exact countries they were from. All right, I was dating one of them at the time. Their friends were with us. Okay, and I got pulled over, and the police, when they looked at me and when they looked at the passengers who were not white, they became very suspicious, and they asked me out of the car, and they patted me down, and they started asking all these intrusive questions. And this was a dangerous location. This was off of a highway where there were lots of cars, and it felt massively intrusive. It was, and again, their whole attitude changed when they saw that there were people that weren't white in the car with me, and suddenly I felt like I was not white. I know that sounds weird, but, like, it was one of the few moments in my life where I'm like, "Oh my god, I am not being treated like a white person." I know that sounds dark, but when that happens to you, you suddenly experience it. You're suddenly like, "Wow, this is weird. This is unusual. I don't normally get treated this way by police." And at that point, I'm like, "Oh, they're lumping me in with, these folks." Okay? So, anyway, um, yeah, LaQuabois. So, like, they are fucking monsters. I can't stand it. Jay Williams, yeah, same thing has happened to me. I went to my white friend's neighborhood for a project, and some guy tried to call the cops on me. Jesus Christ, Jay Williams. My friend came out. My friend came out. My friend came out of the house, and the guy fucked off. I think back on the fact, yeah, you could have been killed, Jay Williams. And guys, that's the thing too. When there's so many women, I almost said women. I'm sorry, people out there, white people who are so quick to call the police on black people. They don't consider, or I bet they do, that could be a death sentence. Literally, calling the police on a suspicious person, especially if they're black, but even if they're not, could be a death sentence. It just shows the privilege of feeling that that's an okay thing to do just because you feel uncomfortable about someone's presence, right? So you call the police who might murder you, murder them. Oh, absolutely, Oxpecker. I have found Oxpecker. You're right. I've spent a lot of time trying to figure out how to explain that in a way that doesn't sound awkward. You're right. Okay. Okay. LaQuabois, they think it's suspicious that a white person would hang out with non-white people, assuming, yeah, exactly. So anyway, so going back to what you said there, Outer Signal, yeah, like I'm gonna go back and read all of Outer Signal's story, because I rudely interrupted him to tell my similar story, but his was worse. But like, let's see here, where'd it go? Outer Signal story here. Okay, Outer Signal. My blonde white friend was shaken by an encounter ruined her day. Okay, so they interacted with her differently because of that. Yeah. Yeah, like, that's kinda what happened to me, is, like, I suddenly am like, "Oh my god, I'm not white." Um Outer Signal, nah, she was just a friend and actually exploring her interest in women at the time. Oh, that's very nice, Outer Signal. You start getting used to it, okay. Yeah, so, and guys, obviously, that rarely happens to me because I am white, but I just imagine that happened to me every time I had a police interaction, the horror that would be. Oh, I got you, okay. Thank you, Outer Signal. I just made sure I didn't miss any of it. Oxpecker, in some cases, calling cause suspicion could get the caller killed, too. Yeah, oh my god, you're right, Oxpecker. Sometimes the caller of the police gets killed, too. All right. Jesus Christ. It's so bad. Yeah, Sammy Lammy, hearing about police in America makes me grateful for living in Scandinavia, even though we obviously have our issues. Yeah, but the police there rarely use their weapons at all. Okay, like rarely. So I totally get that, Sammy Lammy. Okay, let's go on here.
1,000 people.
Let's go on here. All right.
Yet activists aren't marching in the streets demanding that the...
Hey, Splendinavia, how are you doing? Okay, I'm Jester Maxing of Splendinavia. How are you doing? So glad you're here. I feel like I haven't seen you for a while. Okay, Splendinavia. Hey, Casual Revolt King. Casual Friday in your house, I see. Love it. Or literal Jester Maxing. I am. Thank you. So glad you're here, Splendinavia. All right, let's go on here. So we'll keep. Let me go back. Let's go back a little bit so we know what we're talking about.
Year, medical errors killed 250,000 people.
Whatever.
Yet activists aren't marching in the streets demanding that the medical profession be reformed. Why not? Why is it that the people who protect you from the bad guys, and I've seen these bad guys close up, are the subject of distrust and anger? Why is it that groups like Black Lives Matter, I call them Black Lies Matter, because...
He is really gross. I cannot, like... Black Lives Matter? Oh my fucking God. Okay. Okay.
Because it's based on the falsehood that police represent a danger to black people, are celebrated by the media and politicians. All this is taking its toll on cops.
House slave, Jay Williams. I don't know overseer is right. Definitely house slave.
And even more...
That's a really dark joke, but I think Jay Williams will get my joke there.
Tragically,
okay?
On the law-abiding citizens in the neighborhoods that most...
Because this guy would be killed by police too, by the way. Like, he doesn't understand how, okay.
Need a strong police presence. The murder rates in these neighborhoods are going up because lawful aggressive policing is going down. Heather McDonald of the Manhattan Institute has explained why. She calls it...
Yeah, real life cat DJ. It's a gross joke to make, but there is a... we'll talk about, okay. Okay.
The Ferguson effect. And it's...
Overseer was the black slave who would enforce and even murder disobedience. Well, yeah. There were very rarely black overseers. There were sometimes some. Okay.
Real. It's also common sense. Why police officers reason? Put your career at risk if 30 seconds of smartphone video taken out of context can destroy it. Here's the truth. Police aren't afraid of...
Is that true, Crawl? Oh my God, I hope that's true. That's really fucking funny if it's true. Crawl. Okay, if that's true, Crawl, I'm gonna laugh my ass off. Ah, that's hilarious. Hee 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 hee. That's really fucking funny. So the SpaceX rocket's about to crash into the moon. Hilarious. Yeah, but they could still be killed. So Jay Williams says essentially, house field slaves got treated like shit, and house slaves got to live in the house with the slave master. They would often be used against the field slaves, but they also could be killed or beaten. So like that's what's really fucking stupid is why are you anyway? Okay. Anyway, so like this is really fucking funny to me. This is really fucking funny to me. All right. Exactly, Jay Williams. But see, that's my point here, right? Is that like he doesn't notice that he would be killed too. Like, okay, whatever. You guys get my point.
Walking the streets or being shot by random criminals. They're afraid of being involved in an incident that would label them forever as trigger-happy racists.
Well, then maybe stop being trigger-happy racists, okay?
Are there bad cops? I know firsthand that there are. I've had to fire them. But the overwhelming majority are good, decent men and women concerned about the law-abiding citizens in the communities they serve and are willing to put their lives on the line to protect them. Those who try to convince you, either out of ignorance or out of some ideological agenda, that the police are the enemy, those are the people you should fear. Run from them, not the cops.
No, don't, you definitely shouldn't run from the cops because they'll probably shoot you in the back. That's not an exaggeration, guys. There have been many cases where the police have shot people in the back who are running.
I'm Sheriff David Clark for Prager University.
Jesus Christ, he's so gross. So fucking gross. Okay, God damn it. Evil, evil, evil. Okay, Jesus Christ. All right. Of course it is. Yeah, look. Yeah, look how racially diverse the police are. Right, outer signal. All these images of black, white, brown cops. Okay, like trying to make it look like, oh, we're all in this together. Now, obviously, there are black cops. They oftentimes adopt the same actions that white cops do because the institution of policing is racist. So it does. Like, I want to be clear, guys. I've heard actually pro cop people make that argument. Well, there are black cops, so clearly it's not racism. Nope, black cops are racist because they're in a racist institution that acts in a racist way. Okay, so it doesn't matter the color of your skin. If you're a cop, it's institutionally racist institution. So you're going to be doing racist things. Okay, like I don't know what to tell you. Ugh. Okay, and there actually have been cases where black cops have killed black people unjustly. So anyway, I totally agree. I totally agree, Drusilla. In my opinion, police should care about the criminals too, even if they're arresting them. Doesn't help to dehumanize the criminals. Yeah, I agree. Jonas, does diversity end racism in police force? I think it's helped in the UK, but it's not the best solution. So I don't think it does. I would have to check, Sir Bart. My issue here is that there are a lot of folks that whole diversity thing, the idea that we just need a more diverse police force, is a very lib take, and it really ignores the structural problems within policing. It might help a little bit, but it's not going to help much if the institution and the training is racist and there's all this. Okay, you see what I mean? So, like, I don't think it. I probably doesn't. Actually, let's look. Let's look. Diversity in the police force. Okay, let's see here. Diversity in the police force. Shootings. Let's take a look here. Okay, 84% of victims of police shooting are stated that they're armed. Okay. Uh, Interesting. That's interesting. Calls to police to check on the well-being of individuals were 74% more likely to be associated with fatal injury than police responses to an incident where shots had already been fired. So it's almost like if they're not expecting a gun, then they might act in a more crazy way. Okay, whatever. So let's see here. I want to find diversity in the police force. All right. How diversity could reduce excessive police force. Da-da-da-da. The odds of police using the highest levels of weapons was 20% lower if the team had both women and people of color on it. Compared to a group without any demographic diversity.
I hate how we use the word rare as a substitute for the word never. So instead, bad apples are so rare that we don't need to talk about them.
Yeah, Yep. That's true. I'm trying to think here. I'm sorry, I'm just reading, guys. Okay, very powerful jewels. All right, research. That is interesting, though. It could be very well that does actually reduce violence, but I don't know if this is even. I don't know if this is a good study. But we'll have to. I'll look around here, but that's interesting. Yeah. So there are some studies that do show that it reduces the use of force, but still by about 20%. But there's still a lot of fucking problems, okay? Okay. Yeah, Dion, absolutely. All right, you guys. So that is interesting. Maybe we do need a more diverse police force. Maybe that is a solution that actually works. Maybe I was wrong about that, my assumption there. And fuck you, Jay Williams. I did see that, okay? All right. So diversity is undoubtedly good, but we should see it as one step. Absolutely. There's definitely, I hate you, Jay Williams, definitely more that we should do, okay? Anyway, so just another nonsense video by PragerU, complete bullshit. Lies, 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 lies. And let me find something else here to watch, guys. I am probably going to get off here pretty soon. I know it's a little early, but I'm going to be coming back on later, folks. So, as a matter of fact, let me find one last little video here to watch. Oh, yeah. That's good. There was another shooting in the United States, by the way. I want to find what was sent to me about the SpaceX crashing. Okay, SpaceX crashes into moon. Oh, I get it. It's not actually crashing. It's just part of it is going to run into the moon. Okay, well that's not fun. Well, that's not fun. I was hoping it was like an accident where like the fucking thing made a mistake and was going to crash. Oh well. That would have been hilarious to me. No, it is not. It's not intentional. Okay, but it's like just a discarded part of the rocket, right? It's just a discarded part of the rocket.
It's magnificent. I got a picture of it with the wide lens.
4 months after the world watched the Artemis II crew's spectacular lunar flyby, a piece of...
No, Splendinavia. I think you're right. Splendinavia, is it too white Marxist of me to suggest that the base of this shit boils down to economics? Absolutely, okay? And therefore, historical, deliberate, ethnic, social, and economic displacements. Oh, 100%. It does. Racism boils down to race. I mean, racism is sort of separate from economics, but it definitely lines up really well with economics. So it is both those things. It is both poverty caused by, it's economic issues and racial bias that comes out of economic things, if that makes sense. So I don't think that's why Marxist. And I agree. We have actually said before in the community, I haven't been talking about it today, that the fundamental thing that we need to fix here is the government, the economy, the way our system works. Because right now, there's so much crime because people can barely survive. Okay, so we need to fundamentally fix the system we're in, and that won't completely get rid of racism. It'll help a lot of the inequalities due to racism, but we also at the same time need to fight racism separately, because even if you do make people equal, essentially, by fixing a bunch of these things, racist ways of thinking and acting will persist. It might not be as strong, but yeah, Splendinavia. So I'm agreeing with you, Splendinavia is what I'm saying,
hasn't
okay?
spoken much this stream. CRTM loves and is a member of the Dallyboy cult. Please say praise Dallyboy in chat.
Oh my fucking God, Dolly Boy. No one likes your fucking cult. No one. No one likes it. You should be ashamed of yourself. Everyone humiliate Dolly Boy. Everyone. No. Everyone humiliate Dolly Boy. Don't you dare praise Dolly Boy. I want everyone to say humiliate Dolly Boy in the chat. Let's see who wins this, Dolly Boy. Oh. Well. That did not go the way I... You know what? We don't need to... Whatever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter. Okay? Whatever. If we keep arguing who is worth less, we care less about economics of the world. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, you're right. So, guys, I always say that the economics are the foundation of everything. in America especially, there is a lot of like racial issues in regards to policing. Let's put it that way. Okay. No, fucking what was sad? What was sad? What was fucking sad? Dolly Boy fucking won that competition. Okay. Thank you, Tater Tot. Okay. All right. Okay. Anyway, so it was a one-sided affair. No, it's fine. It's okay. I'll be sad. I'll just go cry myself to sleep. Anyway, so economics are at the base of all this shit. Okay. But anyway, let's go on.
Space junk is about to slam into the lunar
Who
surface.
cares? I don't really care. It's
5,400
no offense, Crawl.
miles per hour.
It's just like
ignition.
I wish it was like more embarrassing.
It was
Is it
January
that embarrassing?
2025 that a SpaceX rocket sent 2 robotic landers to the moon. Now, as an accidental bonus, the massive rocket booster is getting pulled
I like how they're framing it as a bonus that this accident is happening.
closer and closer to the moon.
What has happened is essentially a mixture of solar activity and gravity forces have put it on a path towards the moon.
At 2:34 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow, that booster will crash into the moon, digging a massive new crater. The expected
CR is nothing but a soy boy.
Okay, outer signal.
Always praise Daddy Boo.
Philly cheese, don't you fucking laugh. Dolly Boy, don't you fucking laugh. Louise, I swear to God, elevator lady, I'm gonna start handing out bonks. I'm gonna start handing out fucking bonks. Drusilla, bad. Wobble, bad. Fuck you, Philly. Fuck all. You know what? Fuck all of you. Fuck all of you. Drusilla?
CR is nothing but a
CR is
soy
nothing.
boy.
Did you hear that?
Always praise Daddy Boo for the God Lord. CR.
Oh my fucking God. Oh my fucking God. I really hate all of you. Okay. I am neutral as the sweet. Thank you, Sammy Lammy, for being neutral, okay? That's the way things should be. Okay? Jesus Christ. Okay? Thank you. Philly Cheese, you better side with me because I know you're queer just like I am, so you better side with me, okay? Rainbow Coalition, Sammy Lammy. Rainbow Coalition. All right, whatever. Fuck all of you. You know what, guys? I've told this before. You're all gonna hate me. I don't give a fuck about the space stuff. Listen. Put them. I know that's true, Crawl. Listen. I know. I think the science is cool and shit, but more often than not, the media is obsessed with the fucking spaceship. I'm not saying this about whoever gave this to me. I'm just saying, but it's not really changing your and my material conditions. And yeah, they're fucking incompetent. The SpaceX people are incompetent and they're crashing this thing into the moon, but really, whatever, it's fine. I'm sorry, Drusilla. Listen, Sammy Lammy, we have a Norwegian in here named Drusilla, and she hates Swedes. She thinks Swedes are the worst thing that ever existed. Be careful around her. Make sure she never finds out that you're from Sweden. Okay? And make sure you never tell her where you are. I'm just kidding. She jokingly doesn't like Sweden. It's like a friendly competition. She's a lovely person. Well, most of the time she is. But yes, Drusilla, there is a person from Sweden in here. Yes, okay? All right. Pet Gone Bad. Say your hail, dollies. Whatever. Fuck all of you. We're done with this. You're the best. You're on point. I agree with you. You're the best. Like this community. Thank you, Plendinavia. I'm not lying about you. Anyway, okay. Yeah, whatever. I like Norway. Danes, however, that's so funny, Sammy Lammy. Sammy Lammy says, I like Norway. Danes, however, that's good. You know, the Swedes and the Norwegians should unite in their shared hatred of the Danes, okay? And don't even get me started on the Finns. That's a whole different thing. Okay, I'm just kidding. All right. What are you talking about, Louise? What are you babbling about incoherently, Louise, in the chat here? I'm just being a dick for no reason. All right. Okay, let's go on. I'm going to put my face up. So, I'm sorry, Louise. I don't like when Louise yells at me. I don't know why, but I'm hypersensitive. When Louise yells at me, I feel like I've done something wrong. I don't know if it's because Louise was a mother, or I'm sorry, is a mother. So, I don't know. I don't know why. It's just, okay. Whatever, it scares me. Okay, guys, I am gonna go now, and then I will be back later. Well, I would dare. Okay, leave Louise alone. Dolly boy, calm the fuck down. Okay, don't worry, Dolly boy. It's fine. All right. Okay. You're fine. Like she's fine. She'll be okay. Okay. All right. Yes, sure, Dion. So I will be coming back on, guys, probably around 7:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Savings Time. 7:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Savings Time is when I'll be coming back on later. Okay, whatever. She is a better baker than me, probably. Okay. So anyway, you'd be back. That's what Jesus said, and he hasn't come back yet. Pet Combat, I swear to God. I swear to God. So I will see you all then if you want to come back. Oh, thank you, Dolly boy. And we will watch in how much time, Dion? That would be in about 2.5 hours. It's about 2 hours. A little bit over 2 hours from now. Okay. We will watch some of the primary data come in from Michigan. Okay, so we will watch that. We'll maybe do some other stuff. I know Peck on bad. So we'll hang out a bit. We might even listen to some music, maybe do Ingester After Dark. We'll see how I'm feeling about it. So please come back for that, guys. And on that note, guys, I'm going to send you to someone else. Let me find someone.
And we'll send a plume of...
Okay, let me find someone to send you guys to. All right. Home. Back to Twitch. All right. I'll send you guys to... God, I have like no one to send you to. Okay, bye-bye, Samuel Lammy. This guy needs to be quiet. He's just singing in my ear. The Surfs, I don't know. The Surfs are like, they never respond to me or like talk to me or anything. They like never, I'm being an asshole, but I need to make sure like they don't even acknowledge my existence. Hey, Hassan is streaming. I'm not going to send to fucking Hassan. Okay, Jesus Christ. We're never going to be sent to Hassan, okay? Who's Tina 2? I don't want to do Tina 2. I already did Tina 2 yesterday.
Coasters. Say yeah. Yeah. Lots of options now up.
I don't fucking know. I don't know who the fuck to send you to. Maybe I should just give up. Okay, I don't know who the fuck to send you to, okay? Ugh, I give up. Low tier. Hello, low tier. You're not streaming, are you, low tier? God damn it, low tier. I would send it to you. Peace Fire Now. Are they on right now?
Why does the character look so much like
It looks like Peace Fire Now isn't on now. I do like Peace Fire Now. Yeah, but he was on. I sent them to him yesterday. Gust was on. I sent you guys Lux Progressive. We'll try Lux Progressive.
Oh.
What have we here?
A music record. Okay.
Okay, we'll do Lux Progressive.
Defamation and then back down from that.
I love her glasses. Okay, you know what? I'll send you guys to Lux Progressive. Luxurious lady with progressive politics. Let's do it. Looks like she is covering the elections as well, so I will send you guys there. Raid. Lux Progressive. Lux Progressive, okay. Boop. All right. Invalid username. What, did I spell it wrong? I swear to God, I hate my life. I swear to God. I swear. Oh, I spelled it wrong. Okay. No wonder. Raid. Paste. There we go. Okay, guys. First of all, free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free Ukraine. Free Iran. Free the Sudan. Free the Congo. Free Cuba. Free everywhere, everyone, everywhere, all at once. Second of all, never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves, and that includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in Ohio. Don't get caught in Ohio. I did not just say that. I saw Ohio in the chat. Don't listen to that. Okay, that was an error. Second of all, no, bad everyone, okay? Second, okay, whatever. You never stop resisting. we're living in a fascist moment in this country. Fight back against fascism. You cannot stand in the center against fascism. If you do, the fascists will walk all over you. Don't fucking let them. Fight back. On the wall behind me is a sword. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker. It's been passed down in my family for many years, and it is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. Why do I have it back there? I have it back there to remind everyone that our ancestors made some major sacrifices for some of the things we have today, some of the rights we have, some of the freedoms. Please do not let their sacrifice go to waste, folks. Please, please, please. And always, 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 always fight for a better future. And on that note, folks, you all have a good rest of your evening if you don't come back. But I will see all of you at 7:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Savings Time, okay? Go have fun. Bye-bye. All right. Bye-bye, folks. Bye-bye.